Yeah. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Council of Creators. Chainsaw Reacts Wolverine, episode 14. I'm blind. I can't see shit. My glasses are off. 3W's here. Hello.
Hello.
I was expecting maybe another guest or two to be here at the start, but it's just us. It's just us.
Just us. The last of us. Just kidding.
Which one's Joel? Which one's Ellie? We'll find out next week on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, so we're here. I'm on my phone again. The internet is crap here, but apparently everything's running as it should. There's no hiccups. Hopefully, no hiccups. And actually, by the way, the intro did play for some reason. It actually played this time.
Maybe it was just a test of when it plays.
Yeah, that's like I'm not playing, and then it's like, okay, now we're gonna play because you're actually going live now.
But I would say you kind of missed the chorus part of the intro. But when you go live, you're at the chorus. This time it's a little off because you're on the phone.
Yeah, well, I was trying. I'm trying. I think it's when I hit the button. I'm like, is that correct? I don't know. Let's see. Might have. Oh no, Draven. Oh no, buddy. That's not good. We do have a guest who's now showing up. I hope he's ready to jump in. For the first time at Council of Creators, Dev is here. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Glad to be here.
Glad you're here, man. So yeah, my internet's being crappy, so I'm on my phone. So that I don't know. So it is what it is.
I've been having a lot of internet issues lately, so hopefully nothing goes wrong. Hopefully, at least.
Hopefully not. Yeah, I hate the fact because I've been using my Yeti mic, but I can't connect it.
Yeah, that's understandable.
It sucks. Yeah, because I'm also charging my phone to make sure it doesn't die. Because
that's the worst.
We go for a while. I mean, it's already charged, but I don't want it to die because I can't. It's too much to keep up. I'm still trying to figure out how to run this. So I get kind of nervous because 3W just froze for a second. He was just still. I'm like, oh crap, here we go.
Yeah, it's happening.
I'm like, I don't move.
So Naru with a super chat here. So I haven't seen Percy Jackson yet, but apparently everyone's saying it's good.
That's what I've heard.
It actually is following the source material somewhat. Yeah.
There you go.
See, my cousin has read those books, and he said a lot of good things. He's like, it looks good. He hasn't watched it yet, though, I don't think. But I'd love to get in the books.
Yeah, for me, it's like I just I have too many books already to read, anyways. So it's kind of hard to start a series because I don't want to start a series and then go, oh crap, now I got to read all of them because I don't want to go away and then come back, like
That's understandable too.
Yeah, it's too much.
I don't read a lot. I need to read.
Oh no,
that's for sure. But I don't read a lot. I'll read Star Wars. That's pretty much it.
Oh, like
it's doing it.
Oh no. Oh no.
And we're back to two people. The Last of Us.
Oh no. Oh no. We lost them. Well, I was gonna bring him in. I'm gonna bring him in for the first time on Council of Creators. FailWhale is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hello, friends. How are you?
Hey, man. This was not planned for him to leave and then you to come in.
What do you mean? To the audience, this is exactly what was supposed to happen.
Fair point. Yeah, I'm having internet problems, so I'm stuck on my phone.
Oh, dude, you look great.
Yeah, well, I mean, the sound is the only thing because I can't use my Blue Yeti mic, so it's kind of a bummer. But my internet's just not working, so I'm running off my phone, whatever. So
we're still here, man. That's what's up. Nice to. It's funny, dude. I don't mean to take over the thing, but I don't think we've ever talked before, like properly on like face to face.
No, it's always been through Twitter, sometimes, or the comments, or the Reactors League back in the day.
Yeah. It's funny though because it's like oh, I'm talking on camera, like it's like I know you already, like well we talked over the years, but yeah.
I just realized I misspelled my own name.
You just realized? Come on, man.
My YouTube name. You can find me at
Did
3WP.
you watch Percy Jackson or no?
No, I did. I just found out that came out, dude. I forgot. I saw my friend who's like an avid fan back in elementary school. She's like fangirling over. I'm like, oh yeah, that's coming out or came out. Did you check it out?
Yeah.
I have not. I heard it's
I
great
did.
though. So, someone had super chatted and said it was really good, and I just
Dope.
haven't seen it yet.
Same. Also,
Yeah.
nice to meet you, 3WP. What should I call you, brother?
3 dubs.
3 dubs? Nice.
3
Like,
dubs.
I love that.
I always call them 3W, and I always forget to call the dubs. So I'm like,
Yeah, it's 3W is like one of those like elementary names, but then the rapper name is 3 dubs, which is kind of like a cool twist on W.
I always love when people pronounce, like, to me, mechanically, W should be pronounced dub, you know? It just sounds more unique. It's sort of
W.
like, it's like in like, I guess not basketball, but it's like, oh, you got the win, oh, you got the dub, right?
Yeah.
I always sort of made that connection with it too.
Gotcha.
And it also kind of like runs with dubstep, so kind of like
True. Yeah, dubstep too as well. Yeah, that I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Dubstep. Yeah,
and
that's a fair point. Because in terms of pronunciation, W, like the double U. But
yeah, it's like I'm not two double U's. I'm not two U's. I should be my own sound.
And the reason why there's a 3 in front of it is because that's my initials. There's 3 W's in them. So
he's so clever. so clever. Oh my god. I saw that you actually got interviewed for that Reactiverse podcast, Fail.
Yeah.
That was cool.
You were on it recently too, right?
I've not been on it. Nope.
Oh no, I thought. Oh yeah, sorry, my fault.
Yeah, I reached out and he said he's going to reach out when he starts back up. So hopefully I'll get on there and spill all the tea.
Yeah, dude, you totally should, man. Eric's a good guy, man. He's the homie. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you, and it's more just.
Oh yeah, when I messaged him, he was like, "Oh yeah, thanks, man." Because I was telling him how I was watching the Akasan one and going, bringing back so many memories of like stuff that was like happening back in the day in terms of him, Gator Martin, and all that. Like all these like people.
Oh
like,
my gosh, that's a throwback, dude.
Yeah, like he was saying Gator Martin and him and Tyrone and Greg, like they were like the 4 main guys at the time. And like I found years ago when Agasan randomly invited me onto a stream when it was him, me, I think his name was Danny Unchained, I think.
That sounds familiar too.
And Donnie Dotson or something. He's still on YouTube as another name, I think. But like it was so weird to see it because it was like that Google Hangout type thing with 4 things in the corner, and it's like very different than this. It's like, man, it's like, well, it's weird.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. I know when I did that episode, I think like 2 months ago or something like that. It's so funny just getting back into that mindset because it's like you forget that it's been so many years, Dub. Like I know Chainsaw's been doing this for like at least like 5+ years at this point, 6 now, right? Something like that.
I've been doing it since
maybe long. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
9 years, right? And I've been doing it for 8 going on 9. And like you forget that first half of it, in recent memory.
Oh yeah, because like
I actually remember my first how I progressed to what I do now.
How long have you been doing what you do for?
I've been doing it since 2009.
Let's go.
Yeah, I started
my old channel back in 2009, but I was not active really. So
it was I trained myself too. So it was basically I started with photos, then I progressed to GIFs because I didn't know GIFs were actually like pictures because I was literally like 7 or 8 when I was young. So basically that, and then I found out MP4s, and then it just went uphill from there.
There you go.
I feel that, man. 09, dude. Yeah, So back then, so I don't mean to hog the convo, but like, were you doing reacts right off the rip, Chainsaw?
No, it was 2014. My first one was on my birthday in 2014.
When it was like Metallica videos?
Age of Ultron, the first trailer leaked, and then they released it officially. So I reacted to it on my old channel, no picture-in-picture, but like I got over 1,000 views within a few hours, and that was unheard of because I was reviewing metal music. They didn't do really well. Yeah, so I was like, okay. So I was going to quit YouTube anyways. I'm going to make Chainsaw Reacts. I'll do it part-time. All these years later, I'm still consistently uploading almost every day. I'm like, God damn, I almost was out. I was almost out of YouTube. And then they had to pull me in by going, oh, this reaction is great. I'm like, oh, here we go. Okay. I guess I got to start doing this now. So,
yeah, it's like, well, like the Arrowverse seems cool. Let's check it out. You know?
Yeah, that took a while. Like I reviewed Flash season 2 and Arrow season 4. But then eventually I was like, I got to try reaction. So I react thankfully to the last 2 episodes of Flash season 2. But then from there, it's like everything.
Yeah, right. I remember that too. Back then, I was actually doing a lot of the CW shows at the time. I think that's when I first started getting the swing of them. Yeah. So I was doing like the Flash. I was doing Supergirl. I love Supergirl season 2, dude. I was really into that show at the time.
I liked it too, especially Mono.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just recall doing those as well too. But
how do you feel about Reign in season 3 of Supergirl though? No, remember?
I don't think I got to season 3.
Wow.
I'm trying to recall. Did I even get there?
I think Reign was their best villain. Yeah, I think so.
Because wasn't oh man, Kara's friend from she was the CEO. So my memory's
Lena Luthor.
She was like the villain towards the end of season 2, beginning of 3, wasn't it?
No, she was basically a red herring for.
Oh, okay. So then it might have been that I stopped it. I think around the end of season 2, maybe. But I loved it. It was fun.
It's like I'm not ready for season 3.
Probably, yeah, exactly.
I'm not ready for this. And then it got to the point where Supergirl and Batwoman were airing back to back, and that was a pain in the ass to do too. I'm like, how? Like 2 videos in one night? My God.
I don't remember that. I don't even the stamina to do that back in the day. Isn't I think of it now. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, especially back then, I was watching it on the TV. I wasn't recording picture in picture off of my computer, so that was like way worse because you had to hopefully your internet doesn't crap out or whatever, and hopefully the episodes are up so you can actually edit the video. You know, so it's a pain. It's a pain.
No, totally, man.
I started with basically. My introduction into DC was Smallville, so I was like 7 years old when it started, and I was hooked.
I always heard good things about that one.
It kind of matured as you grew up because they started doing the more intense romance scenes where you kind of get the idea that they did it. As I was around season 5, and I was teenager, so I was already well versed into that, so it grew up with the audience.
Gotcha. Well, he is back. Hopefully his internet's good. Dev, welcome back, man.
I've returned. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully. Out of all the times for it to fuck up right now, of course.
No, it's okay. I mean, I was saying the same thing because my internet was like earlier today. I'm like, okay, I might be able to run off my computer tonight. Nope. I'm like, God, because it was just me and 3W here earlier before we started, and I was freezing and I couldn't hear him. I'm like, ugh, I was getting so bad.
It's frustrating. It really is.
It is.
Internet. Just let's go back to the Stone Age. Honestly, no.
Good anime.
Yeah, right. How are you guys doing? You guys doing well?
Yeah, we're hanging out.
Doing good. Nice to meet you, Dev.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Kind of new here.
Same here, man.
Hey, the first time, well, I've known FailWhale for like ever at this point, even though we've never actually talked until now, officially face to face, like you mentioned. But I mean, that's the whole point. We're bringing people together. The guys never met before. Why not? Yeah, that's what the whole plan. That's what we're doing.
Hell yeah, man.
Community's great. Community is a great thing.
Oh yeah,
Chance. I've been watching you for God.
Oh, thank you.
Maybe like I've known of you, maybe not watch because I don't really watch.
You can watch. Don't
but
worry.
I've watched like the main shows like that I'm into as well. Same with Blind Wave. Like Blind Wave is kind of the guys who got me into all this shit.
There you go.
They're sick, but
yeah, my inspiration was Akasan.
Love Akasan. Yeah. He's great as well.
2014, I think. Summer.
Yeah. The 2013, 2016 era was like the beginning of the reaction era, you know.
Oh yeah.
Tyrone Magnus was popping at that time, which I don't really watch him that much anymore, just to be completely honest. But
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I had a whole tweet spiel about that because I
yeah,
didn't realize he blocked me. So, oh, okay.
yeah, I don't think he's blocked me yet, but I've had a couple of tweets where I stated my opinion. So I don't know.
All about being honest.
Exactly.
You know. Start over stuff since Rebels. I did a little Rebels. I did more like the final season of Clone Wars. Like that was awesome.
That's cool. It pops up on the text messages from the YouTube pops up on screen.
Yep, I can do that. Yep.
Oh, this is so sick. I've never seen this platform. It's called StreamYard. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
promotion.
sponsored by.
He's back on the stream. It's been a little bit. Zenghilios is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going? I really hope my actual stuff is working this time, and I'm not like, okay, perfect. Because last time I was just talking with my Elgato screen, which is absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, because there's like a whole thing like we hear you, but we don't see you. Like, oh well, maybe because the source isn't right. I'm like,
oh yeah, maybe because my source was turned off. I always have technical issues, whether it's streaming, here, recording. It's always just part of my blood now.
There is a little like a little chip in the microphone when you talk, like it cuts out, but it comes back really fast.
Not even surprised. Let me try this.
Everybody.
Dude, audio issues are the worst.
I'm just a never-ending flow of issues.
The worst is when you're setting up like your audio, whether it's like new cables or something like that, and you try to figure out where the static's coming from, and you have to keep plugging wires in different slots until it just stops.
Yeah, it's like a game of
I
whack-a-mole.
found the simplest way is to get a USB microphone.
That's what I have.
What I'm rolling with right now, but there's still always There's always an issue, regardless.
I would be rolling with this if my computer and my internet was working, but it ain't working.
That's a go-to microphone, bro. I love that microphone.
I love that.
That was the first microphone I ever bought. It was,
love the color. I love the blue. It's so cool.
Yeah, I had the exact same one. I actually used that for all my videos until I had a glass table. Never get a temperature glass table, by the way, lads. That shit broke, and everything was on that. Like my reaction computer, like all my hard drives. I had one of these on them.
That was a Canon event for you.
Yeah.
My biggest one with a glass table was I had weights sitting on a wall and they just tilted over and then fell on the glass and like shattered everywhere.
That was probably loud as hell too. Jesus.
I literally woke up like shocked.
Probably.
That's terrible.
Waking up to a loud noise is never fun.
I was broken like shattered glass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guarantee it.
My God, but yeah, my internet just whatever.
That's how it be.
I could find if I had an adapter, I could make it work. I could get my mic plugged in, but don't have it, and I also don't have a job. That's probably another problem. So
as of today, neither do I.
Oh, there.
Damn.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to start my job today, but then the guy who hired me and did the interview and all this shit, he got fired Monday.
What?
And I wasn't notified. I talked to him Friday, and I was like, okay, yeah, I sent the thing over and I signed the contract. I called up on Monday at lunchtime, and I'm like, hey, so can I talk to? And like, he doesn't work here anymore. I'm like,
Thanks
what?
for the update.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. And so she transferred me to the pharmacy manager, this new guy, and he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, do you not know that I'm supposed to start in 2 days? And yeah, I just had a call yesterday, and he wasn't even there. He left. He was like only for a couple hours. I'm like, what? Okay, you're a manager, and you're not even there for a good bit. So I had to tell this just random worker that, hey, I'm not coming in. She's like, I get it. It's been hectic here for the past 2 weeks. I'm like, 2 weeks? Oh, wow. So there's more stuff going on. I'm like, God, okay. And it was shit pay anyways. It wasn't good pay. Like, it was $12.50 an hour. It is bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So,
yeah, I get
That's
you.
rough. I mean, I'm literally $1 above that. So,
well,
what state are you in? What state are you in?
I just moved to Michigan, so the cost of living is way lower. But the problem is, I have other potential jobs that I could get because I interviewed yesterday for $15 an hour, and then there's another job that's $17 an hour. So I'm holding out hope. But like, yeah, I accepted that because at the time those were the only people that were really getting a hold of me. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, you got an interview the day before you're supposed to start your other job. And then I'm on the way driving there, and they call me in this other place. Called me, hey, we want you to come in and shadow. I'm like, well, the time you want me to come in, I'm supposed to be working my new job. So I had to make a decision. Do I go take the $12.50 an hour job and not do the shadow for potentially $17 an hour down the road?
Tough decisions. Tough decisions.
Oh yeah, I made the decision over Taco Bell, so that was good for me.
Probably a good thing.
There's a Taco Bell. Yep, good.
Have you guys?
That's all you need to say is just Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Have you guys already brought up the Insomniac stuff?
No,
because that whole situation's it's heartbreaking.
It sucks.
Oh, what's oh wait, were they hacked or something like that? Like
they were blackmailed.
Like a bunch of personal information was leaked too of employees.
That's not good.
Didn't they demand money?
Yeah,
$2 million, I think.
How much? Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah,
which is ridiculous.
God, so bad.
Yeah, and people are judging it already just based off of pre-alpha footage, and it's sharing it all over the internet. It's so disrespectful.
And people are doing that with GTA 6 too.
Yeah,
that was going on too. Yeah, for a while.
Yeah, the whole lineup of what they wanted to do is completely out there in terms of their timetable of what they want to do. I'm like, my God! Like now, there's no surprise at this point.
No anticipation. Yeah. It's like, oh, now we know it's that. Oh, that. Wow, great. And it sucks. It has to be like that.
Yeah, it's just I feel bad because it's the holiday season too. So all these people at Insomniac put all their time and heart and passion into getting Spider-Man 2 shipped out and getting it to how it was and how it is too, and what they're working on, just to be blackmailed at the very end of the year. And I just it sucks to work on something you're so passionate about and have someone else release it and get the clout for it just for money. It's I feel so bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the TLDR in terms of content? That was it was obviously the personal information, but was there other stuff that was leaked as well of their like what they're working on?
Yes, a bunch of games.
There's a whole roadmap. There was gameplay of the new Wolverine game.
Oh, I think I saw that on the TL.
Yeah.
All the way to 2035.
Yeah. No way.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Damn. Was it good though?
Well, I didn't look because I wanted to be surprised when it comes out.
Damn.
Only thing
I got spoiled right away, so it's unfortunate.
I'm trying to avoid them, but I did see that there was a canceled Spider-Man multiplayer game.
Damn. Rip.
But it looked like it had a lot of potential, but I guess they scrapped it a little bit ago.
Yeah.
I just really hope for when they do add the DLCs for Spider-Man, they fixed all the bugs because I literally fell through the earth. I was stuck dying because I would have to like exit the game and then like go back into like continue thing, but like I could not get out of it. I couldn't even like web because apparently if you're falling through to the core of the earth, you can't web anything.
So I haven't played the game yet. I just haven't had the time. I do have I have it downloaded and everything. I just have not put forward the time. But I can't wait. I need to.
I did also get to the cube too, the cube glitch.
Oh
yeah. That was like weird because I was like, I don't want to swing as a cube, so I'm just going to use a suit that doesn't have a cube.
What is the cube glitch?
I don't even know how that even happens. Like how
I don't.
It sounds based, pun intended.
Basically, you have to kind of like do something out of the ordinary of how the game wants you to play it, and you'll get the cube.
Okay.
Interesting. I just remember seeing gameplay of a random cube swinging around. I was like,
"Yep, that's it."
The bugs, they're there. They exist.
Yeah, we had another content creator, Reactor, GorTheMovieGod. He made a joke a while back saying they should just patch it so it happens more often, so you can just be the cube whenever you want.
They should add a new suit called the Cube.
The Cube. The Cube.
Give me the cube, boy.
It feels like
bring forth Kratos. Bring Kratos into it. Boy.
It feels like the epicenter of the what you would get as a suit. Like it feels like the middle of the person.
Yeah, that was literally the first thing they ever did was make that cube, and then it's just kicking it the entire time. And they forgot to remove something in the coding that was the cube.
I'm just upset.
Everybody got to play as
game.
We got a leak.
I looked down for 1 second and looked back up, and we got Wolverine Chainsaw over here.
Look, I'm just upset. They spoiled my game. They are ruining the experience.
Well, now I know what the plot of the new Wolverine game is. It's just Chainsaw going around. Hell
Wolverine reacts.
I didn't mean to spoil it for you, but here I am.
No, now it's a shut up and take my money kind of thing.
Oh yeah. It'd be scary. It wouldn't be that fun of a game, I wouldn't think. Wolverine would just be like sitting at home being lazy. So
I think Wolverine
smoking
would
cigars,
like that,
just drinking. Sounds like a vibe, honestly.
Watching movies, judging things. That's what I do.
One of my favorite power moments in X-Men is literally just Wolverine handing Iceman a drink to a cold.
Oh, yeah, like just
losing it.
Yeah. I like that. Wolversaw. Jesus.
Wolversaw.
Yeah.
Speaking of chainsaws, did you hear about the Chainsaw Man movie they're doing?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
No,
I
haven't seen that show yet. Yeah, same
it's
here. I'm
really good. It's really good.
Chainsaw Man is actually really good. It's basically really gruesome. It's like Attack on Titans level gruesome.
Yeah. Now you sold me.
So,
I think so. And I'm in the middle. I think I just ended season 2 of Attack on Titan. So I'm getting into it.
In for a treat.
I'm excited because that last episode of season 2 was just
dude, season 2 is goated. So okay, actually question from season 1 to season 2, watching it, which one did you prefer?
Oh, season 2. I was more locked in. Season 1, there was even times where I was like, I don't really want to watch it. So I'd skip a week on the schedule. I'm just like, I'm not feeling it. But then I started, I was like, all right, I'll be an adult.
You are in for a ride.
And then I continued. And then season 2, I was like, okay, I'm in right away. And then the last 4 episodes of season 2, I'm like, okay. And then, the last episode got me teary-eyed for the first time in the show. So,
oh, yeah.
I was spoiled for the very last, the scene of the very last. I was spoiled in the Magna because someone posted it online. I'm like,
I have luckily avoided all spoilers. I've seen some, or not seen some, but I've scrolled and then I'll see something that is in that
I'm
design,
also like,
and
I
I'm
can't
like, nope.
watch it now because I was spoiled. I can watch it to the point that I'm like, I know what's going to happen. I'm not watching anymore.
I feel that.
It's really one of those shows that I just love the way it's paced, the world building, and it really reminds me of Lost. It does. A lot of good shows remind me of Lost, especially Dark. Dark is such a good show.
You could actually see the life, just how they illustrate how their life kind of feels dead inside is how they show their eyes, which is kind of a unique take.
AOT is one of my favorite shows of all time. You can't see him, but wait, over here, I got a little statue of Levi. How do you guys use my finger when it's mirrored? This is really complicated. There you go. There we go. There it is. Go. Attack on Titan right there. It's literally my favorite. Not anime. One of my favorite shows of all time.
That's what I've heard from a lot of people.
You are in for a treat.
Yeah. That's what my cousin said. And I need to get into more anime. I haven't really delved in deep. There's a lot that I need to catch up on.
What did you guys think of the live action One Piece?
I haven't seen it.
I have not seen it, and I haven't read the original One Piece or watched it. So
I will say that the original creator is a part of it. So it's more truthful to they focus on the main parts of the storytelling, but they won't focus on all those side stories of different characters going at the same time,
because it would be 1,000 episodes and just
basically they won't focus on the anime time. It's more like you're only focusing on Luffy because he's the main character. But yeah,
I've heard good things. The Avatar live action show looks promising. I haven't finished Avatar.
That's gonna be
yet,
a heater for sure.
It looks.
I haven't even seen the original Avatar.
I mean, you haven't seen it?
No, I was
not
gonna
even
wait.
just seen it. Wow.
No, I was gonna react to it, but I was waiting until it gets closer to the live action, so I can jump right into the live action.
Hurts my soul.
It might even be better to go the live action and then watch the anime at that point.
You think?
I think it might be an interesting approach, right?
That's what some people did with the One Piece show too. I guarantee it.
I was doing when The Last of Us was coming out. I was playing like 2 hours of The Last of Us Part 1, and I had a friend who's already played the game and was watching the show. So she would be like, "Okay, this is where I'm at in the game. Okay, now you're gonna watch episode 1," and then I'd watch episode 1, then play the game, and I was going back and forth on my channel, and that was a lot of fun. So I might do something like that with the show.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty dope.
It's the only animation that we'll call an anime because it's so good.
That's what I've heard. A lot of people have said.
Yeah,
it's probably true. It probably is.
They
true.
use
There's
the
no other
animated
animated show in the Western Hemisphere that
you know those jokes with the facial expressions on anime. They basically incorporate it into the Avatar.
Oh yeah.
So basically, it's a anime, but in animation.
This is so specific, but I just want Appa to sound like Appa in the show because the movie did it sounded like just a creature. I'm like, the hell is this?
Oh, the movie. God, one of the
Appa like the
funniest
whale
movies
thing
ever.
Yeah, the like bison, the flying bison.
Yeah.
What was your thinking of the earthbending, Dev?
Dude, in the show or the movie?
The movie.
Oh, ridiculous!
Did
the scene with the rock, and it just
guys, mindful spoilers.
Did you like figure have like a mental image of I could throw in like 5 rocks at you guys?
Right? Yeah, like it takes like 7 steps just to, and then it's so slow too. It's insane.
And the fire bending where it's not actually coming from them. I mean, all they have to do is just douse the fire, or have no fire at all.
Think of that. I did Dragon Ball Evolution and that sometimes intertwined because it's just how
I refuse to watch that. I refuse to watch it. Refuse.
DBE. I mean, there's aspects in it that I'm like, okay, but that's like maybe 0.002% of the movie. The rest is just like, this is horrible.
Now, you mentioned earlier Dark, the Netflix series.
Yes.
Did you watch 1899? Did you watch 1899?
I've heard about it. I haven't watched it.
It
What's
sucks.
That?
Well, it's from the same creators of Dark. The unfortunate part is it ends on a massive cliffhanger and then they cancel it.
No.
After what? 1 or 2 seasons?
One.
Oh, that's even
and they literally
worse.
make you wait till the last, not even maybe minute or so of this big reveal, and then that's it. And so and they had planned for 3 seasons. They had just like Dark, they had 3 seasons planned for this story.
Man.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Netflix for you. Netflix, yay!
Netflix, Max, all of the they all just slice.
Well, Max just canceled a Warrior after 3 seasons or whatever. Like apparently that's a good.
I thought I saw
I've not
that.
seen it.
I haven't seen it either, but
then Netflix picked up the streaming rights for it, so Netflix might save it if it does well. But then it gets like the company that cancels shit all the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's
basically they're getting season 1 money if they restart it again.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know studios are weird, man. Like for example, something that I'm really like into past a while is like Stargate, and Amazon owns the rights to them with an MGM. They have unlimited money, and they're about to take it off of streaming services again. I'm like, guys, like just reboot the series. You got Bezos money. People would be, new generation of people would probably be into it, man.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, they spent
$1
dollars for Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, they dropped like 200 M's, bro. Like what?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Because it's a big name franchise, and
what was the consensus? Did people love it? Did it turn out profitable for them? I don't recall.
It wasn't profitable.
No.
Because the drop off from the first episode to the last episode was like 30% of people actually finished it. I think that's bad, really bad.
Wasn't there something that was coming out like parallel to that was similar?
The Wheel of Time, I think.
Was it the Wheel of Time?
The Wheel of Time,
and that got canceled, I think.
I don't think
I
so.
think it's still going.
Oh,
It
I
is
think
one of the
it's
top shows, though. I'm pretty sure on Amazon.
Apparently, season 2 was better than season 1 will of time. So I don't know.
Yeah, I thought Lord of the Rings was okay. It wasn't great at all, but in terms of just a story in this time, on its own, it was fine. It was fine. But
That was
comparing
another
it to
thing.
Tolkien, it's just like no.
That was another thing people are disappointed. Sorry, go ahead.
I had a problem with the fact that when they did they should have done Hobbit first and then Lord of the Rings, because that will make a lot more sense, because you have young Gandalf the Grey, and then you have old Gandalf the Grey in the prequel.
Yeah.
So
the Hobbit movies weren't great, but you can never dismiss the trilogy, maybe the greatest trilogy of all time.
But it did have a great voice actor. He also was a Kang.
Another thing that people were.
He was also Khan from Star Trek and Doctor Strange.
Oh, okay.
That was another thing people were kind of like disappointed in me about on Twitter, because correct me if I'm wrong, but Lord of the Rings 20th anniversary just passed or something.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen Lord of the Rings, but I have seen The Hobbit. I've seen all 3 Hobbits. I've never seen Lord of the Rings.
I've seen the Lord of the Rings. Actually reacted to it, but I haven't seen the Hobbits.
So we're on opposite sides.
Yeah, exactly.
See, the first one, I don't even remember what it was called, is good. The second one, honestly, pretty good, but the third one just falls flat for me. There's moments where you're like, oh, but other
let me
than
think if I can remember. It will be Fellowship of the Rings, and then Twin Towers, and then the Last King.
Return of the King. Oh,
Return of the King.
Yeah, Fellowship of the Ring. 2 Towers. Yeah, no, those are perfect films, all 3 of them. The Hobbit, though, the Battle of the 5 Armies, trash.
That
Desolation of Smaug, though.
The third one was just. I don't think it was necessary. I don't think
it really wasn't.
No.
They were fun though. I had fun.
Did someone say Spider-Man?
Yeah, I literally asked him, "Where is he at? He's supposed to be in here." And he's like, "I don't know. I don't know. Wow. No idea. I can't keep up."
By the way, I just noticed that poster you have on your wall. Fail. Great Doctor Who poster. I love it.
Dude, thank you, man. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, awesome.
I love that one. Yeah, I got that one.
I was like, which one?
Sonic screwdriver. I'm not doing the pointing thing again.
Nice. You're big into who?
I used to be. I stopped watching once Capaldi regenerated.
Oh,
but I haven't seen anything.
12 ago. He's my personal favorite.
I like 11. 11's my favorite. I love Matt Smith.
Maddie's great. He's great as well.
I've heard such good things about Doctor Who. Just never gave it a try. Never.
Doctor Who?
Doctor what?
For the first time
on
for the first time on Council of Creators, I'm glad he's here. Taylor, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up?
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing.
Just hanging out, man.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Shooting the shit. That's what we're doing. That's what we do.
Fun. What are y'all talking about? I saw some bit about Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, we were just me and Zang were just talking about how we're both Whovians.
So I really liked Doctor Who. I got into it when Eccleston was the Doctor, when they kind of rebooted the show. I really loved David Tennant as the Doctor. Matt Smith had some of the best stories as the Doctor. So I always felt that the best combination would have been David Tennant as the Doctor with Matt Smith's writing would have been just amazing. But I kind of agree. As soon as Capaldi came in, I got about halfway through the Capaldi stuff. As soon as his sonic screwdriver turned to the sonic glasses, I kind of lost interest. And then I tuned off as soon as Jodie became Doctor, because it just got kind of overly politicized. Then it's jumped back. I watched the Christmas specials, realized why I left, and I'm probably not going to check in for the new stuff. It's kind of a bummer.
There you go.
What was the episode they did with a painter? Who was the?
Vince Van Gogh.
Vince
That was
Van
the Van Gogh
Gogh
episode.
That's
with,
the only thing
Matt
I've seen, and it made me teary-eyed just because
that ending scene.
That ending scene
That's
was
an
great.
amazing episode.
Yeah, it's a really great one.
Amazing episode.
It's the only thing I know. Literally,
I'm about to go rewatch it tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want
There you
to
go.
have the cries right before Christmas, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Literally. Well, he's actually finally here, buddy. Welcome. You're actually here.
I'm here. Okay, listen. It took a long time. Time
Again,
zones are really difficult. Really difficult.
We got a
I
party
thought
here.
I was on time. I was not.
Yes.
It's
Lex Luthor. It's always a party here. Yeah, Lex Luthor. Hey,
Lex Luthor. Yep.
Parties. I got a Christmas party I go to here in about 20 minutes, so that'll be fun.
Wait, what will be more fun, this or the Christmas party?
Probably this, but at the same time, there's food there. But it's a work Christmas party, so it's like
into mine.
But I'm gonna go there, eat some food, get some gifts, do this right here, and then come back home.
So this came out today about supposedly a merger. I don't know about this. I feel like this is a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
So I actually looked quite a bit into it. Long story short, Paramount is in a very high debt ratio right now, far more higher than the debt ratio that Warner Brothers Discovery has. Warner Brothers Discovery is actually worth about 3 or 4 times more than what Paramount is. So Paramount is looking to merge itself with Warner Brothers Discovery and kind of give Warner Brothers Discovery the keys to the kingdom. And with that, it could be very good or very terrible. But with the consolidation, you would see things like Star Trek, Transformers, G.I. Joe's, Mission Impossible, all of that stuff now under the Warner Brothers banner, which means on a global scale, Warner Brothers is a much bigger brand globally than Paramount has been. And that's kind of why Paramount was looking at it. Is it's either, if we're drowning, do we sell our souls to Disney or do we sell our souls to Discovery? And they chose the lesser of the evils.
I don't think it's possible for Warner Brothers to go to Disney because of the fact that they own DC Comics, which is kind of
no. I meant Paramount. Yeah, because Warner Brothers is never going to go to Disney. They refuse to do that. And all the talk and the rumors of everyone saying that Warner Brothers was going to get bought by Universal. It's literally the opposite. They're now getting Paramount, and Warner Brothers is going to now run Paramount, which is insane.
I mean, you'll see shows like Survivor and shows like that succeed because that's what
cancel projects.
Loves. Well, and then he'll cancel.
Canceled.
But that's the thing. So David Zaslav has been extremely controversial, but he's trimming the fat where the fat isn't profitable.
He's a money guy.
Seems like Survivor and everything on MTV that consists of like the challenge and all that stuff, the stuff that's very successful for Paramount, that's never going to go away.
Yeah.
But some of their other reality shows that have been lackluster, those will probably die. So, but Discovery has been known for being very smart with their reality shows and keeping costs down and keeping the stuff that's very and expanding where it's good. That comment there, I can't wait for Aquaman versus G.I. Joe. I cannot wait for Aquaman crossing over with SpongeBob, because that's what that means. Because SpongeBob is a Nickelodeon property. Paramount owns Nickelodeon.
Oh, they could do some cool stuff. They could.
Justice League versus Transformers.
Man and Aquaman saying, "What the hell is this?"
Nah, just bring the Ninja Turtles to the DCU, James Gunn, please.
Yeah, he has bring the Ninja Turtles in. Yeah, I mean, Ninja Turtles have crossed over iconically with Batman and
Power Rangers. Yep.
Scrap Batman Brave and the Bold. Give me Batman versus the Ninja Turtles. That's what
that already happened in animation, though.
I want it in live action.
Put in
I'm repping the Ninja Turtles
a nice
right
little
now.
Halloween special or something like that. Could have a lot of fun.
That Batman Ninja Turtles animated movie, I loved it until like the final act when all the Batman rogues became mutants, and I'm like, okay, that you lost what could have been really cool, and now it's ridiculous. But
didn't Aquaman just came out or is coming out this week?
Tonight or tomorrow?
There's been leaks rolling around, so beware. Even though I saw him, I wasn't too excited for it. It's the end of the DCEU, and I don't know how you all feel about it. I wasn't a big fan of just how it was structured.
I wasn't either.
Well, you had too many cooks. I mean, if you would have let Zach do his vision from the start, he would have been done by now.
Exactly. That's my main thing. Looking in hindsight, is like, oh man, there was a plan that would have still ended in the exact same result we're in now. Just like a completed story. Yeah, like it would have been a story. It would have had an arc to it. And it's like, I get the controversies. I get why people don't like Zack Snyder's vision. I'm one of the few people who enjoy it, but I'm not like that person online who's like trying to trash James Gunn for some odd reason. Wait,
there's a lot of toxic Zack Snyder fans.
I appreciate what he's going for. I don't mind different interpretations of these characters, even if they're not exactly accurate or whatever. As long as the essence is there, that's what's most important for me. But like, it's just, I get it. I get why people didn't like it. I feel like it's really sad to think how long these actors have been casted in these roles, and this is how we're going out. Like, it's like, this is a long...
Jason Momoa had been cast as Aquaman for 14 years now.
Yeah. So how does that work? Isn't that 2009?
It was back in 2009.
Yeah. Really?
Early, yeah.
He was actually cast while they were doing pre-production for Man of Steel because they knew they were going to bring Aquaman into play. So he actually got the gig while he was filming Game of Thrones.
Oh, I see. I heard that he auditioned for, or he was in an audition for Batman.
At one point, he thought he was auditioning for Batman. Yeah.
I gotcha. But I did see like a TikTok today of like him on like some Fandango interview or whatever talking about Lobo like nonstop. It's like it's kind of strange to me that the marketing for Aquaman is no red carpet, no nothing after the first movie made $1 billion. Like there's just nothing. Very similar to the Marvels. It feels like they're getting that very similar treatment. $1 billion first movie, nothing for the second one. Obviously, the Marvels was like at the tail end of the SAG-AFTRA strike, but like
that one's understandable.
It's crazy. This marketing is like, guys, I might be Lobo. So like watch Aquaman because the next time you see me, I'm gonna be in full makeup with Lobo. Like,
well, this movie's kind of been cooked for a while, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Like. Yeah. For the past like 2 years, like between like all the Amber Heard stuff, it's had like roadblocks after roadblocks or just issues, production, refilming. And this is just me vaguely recalling things from the past couple of years, but it kind of was screwed from the jump.
I've heard, I remember hearing the test screenings being like very bad. I'm like, okay, but wasn't it supposed to come out last year, like the tail end of last year, like December?
Yeah, almost got
a whole extra year in the kitchen. I wonder what we're gonna get.
And you make a great point too, like thinking about the beginning of the DCU with Snyder's vision. It's almost like if they had just not listened to all the noise and just said, you know what, we're going to do this and stick through it. Like you said, Taylor, like they would have at least got something done, and it would have been completed. We would have seen it in its entirety, and we would have moved on. Now they might have been rebooting something different versus like stringing out these actors for a decade and a half, like you said. They're older now. Like they don't have a chance to try other things now.
Zack Snyder even said that after his Justice League Parts 1 and 2, the follow-up final project was supposed to be a Flashpoint adaptation, which was going to then reset the universe to allow WB to recast everybody.
I really like the idea of like Reverse Flash being his villain. I think that's really unique, and I'm like, man, I would have liked to have seen that. That would have been definitely cool.
Reverse Flash for me is probably my favorite DC villain.
That's so fair. Like that is such a valid choice.
I just love everything between him and Barry.
Right.
And it's just so good. And I just want to see him in live action. Who would you guys like to see as
he was in live action?
Our movie
Anthony Starr.
Anthony Starr, yes.
So what's your guys' thoughts on the Flash?
I'll be Reverse Flash.
Movie or show?
Pretty Wolverine.
I'll be sorry,
Hey Wolverine, what do you think about the Flash?
Great. Love him. 10 out of 10. Love him.
I did have problems with the movie, but like everyone does.
The movie was bad.
Yeah, my biggest problem is how I've always said this. This is like my number one pet peeve of the whole entire movie. Why is it tomatoes is the only thing that like says you can live or die, whether she has them or not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think maybe like the whole idea is that it's like such a huge concept, but it's such a small, realistic, relatable thing as just forgetting a jar of tomatoes. I get the idea, like what the film's going with, but like my gripe is why I don't know if we cuss on council, so I'm not going to.
Cuss or what? No.
I do want to bring in someone real fast before you continue, buddy. He's been sitting back for a while. Sorry, Zach. Welcome to the stream, man. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry,
no
Zach.
worries,
We're trying
man.
to find a time.
Hello
to bring
there.
you. Sorry.
No worries. Hello, everybody.
Hey,
What's
so
up, Zach?
Was good.
what's up, guys? What's up?
My thing is like the Flash ended the same way I hated how Homecoming ended, where your character's entire arc is learning a lesson or learning that he doesn't need what he's been going after the whole movie. You know, Peter didn't need the suit that Tony made him, and Barry doesn't need to time travel to see his mom. He can live in a life where maybe he can try to continue getting his dad out of jail, and he learns that through the events of the movie, just for the movie to, in the very end, turn all of that away, throw it all away, basically making the theme and the character arc of the movie useless by giving Peter immediately back that suit and teasing the Iron Spider suit, and making Barry switch the layer of tomatoes so that his dad gets, exonerated. It's just like, to me, that's what's most frustrating, is because you put in all the work of writing the script, the screenplay, mapping out the character arc just to say no. And I'm like, that, to me, that's the biggest offender with superhero movies, is when they take away the whole journey, because that's the most important part. And I'm just like, the George Clooney thing, I surprisingly, that made me laugh in the theater. I did quite enjoy it, actually. But like, I don't know. It's just that kills me with these movies, is when they revert character arcs that are like somewhat interesting, or, the whole through line of the movie.
There was interesting aspects of it that I didn't mind, but just the overall execution of it was very lackluster. And it felt rushed, unfinished. And I get the point of the, like, with moments with the CGI looking awful. They were like, that's how it's supposed to look. I get it. Doesn't make it look good. No, still looks horrible. And there was legit moments that I laughed out loud that you're not supposed to laugh out loud at in the theater that were so bad. And
like, what's a moment? Because I feel like I did the same thing. I want to know what you laughed at.
There was a lot of the cameo scenes were obviously one.
Oh yeah.
Close-ups of Ben Affleck's Batman, perfect. The Wonder Woman scene, like, I love Wonder Woman. Not really Gal Gadot that much, but just her coming in, her music, just bam, right there.
It's become a meme.
Oh,
it was really cool. It's become a meme now, where she comes into everything.
It's really camp, which I love camp, but
same. But there's a difference between like Sam Raimi camp and this.
And
there's a difference. One's very intentional from the jump.
And that's what, like, the CW shows, like, that's intentional. The things they do, and that's what makes them great.
Absolutely.
Is there a problem? Sure, but I just have fun with those.
They're silly and whimsical. They're a little
whimsical. Woo!
Yeah,
they're self-aware of them being on the CW. That's why they have like some arcs and episodes where it's like, this is just a CW show, but that it's called The Flash.
One of those scenes was the one horrifying scene that I was like, I can't watch this, is basically the baby's falling and then the ding of the microwave. I'm like, that means the baby's cooking.
And then you reversed it and he's just putting it in. It's just so good.
That was like horrifying to watch.
Do you want your baby uncooked or cooked? That's the question.
I think you want a good sear, and then you're good.
And then the whole stopping to eat while the babies are getting like falling still.
See, I like that. I actually like that he has.
I mean, it did have humor
and building these calories. Like, that was something I was like, okay, good for adding.
At least they started the groundwork at the beginning of the movie of him failing to get breakfast.
I love.
I think there's parts to that scene that like really do work and help the characterization, but like the pacing of the scene's a little odd. The over like bearing CG, because obviously you're not going to put babies or dogs in danger. You're not going to do that. I get that, but like,
I thought they were real.
If you can't pull it off, like, don't, because they give you a nice close up of that dog, the CGI model, just to turn around, and that is not the same dog. Like, that is just not the same dog at all. I didn't mind the ding. I thought the ding hit comedic timing pretty good.
There was some good moments of comedic timing.
It was what it meant. Like it
but like you can have a toaster oven unplugged and just do the timer and it'll ding still.
Yeah, timers are actually mechanical. They don't need to be plugged in for them to work.
Yeah, fair point.
And also,
gentlemen, I'm gonna head out. I got my Christmas party to go to. If you guys are here, maybe an hour from now, I might come back. So,
hey, take care, nice chat, man.
Glad to be here. See you guys.
Hey, it's good to talk to you.
Bye. Who was that guy, by the way? Anybody know who that was? I have no idea who that was. No idea. How you doing, Zach, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. I'm glad you're here, man.
Yeah, thank you again for having me on, man.
Of course.
I love that Spider-Man PS4 statue you got back there.
Oh,
And
thank
that
you.
reverse-
Oh, that is sweet.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Is that
I'm
the
jealous.
reverse flash also on the top shelf?
Yes, at the very
Very
back.
nice.
A lot of them have fallen over and I haven't picked them up yet. I run into this thing constantly whenever I move this chair. It's not a very big space.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the very
Thanos.
Oh, that's
back
cool.
there.
That Thanos
Thank
is pretty
you,
sweet.
Maxwell.
Is that
That's
Marty
the
McFly
Iron
back there?
Spider.
Yeah, this is Marty
look
McFly.
at that? That is pretty sweet.
It's a nice
That's
one,
the
huh?
mega figure.
That's
A good
awesome.
one.
Does it play Johnny
Yeah.
Be Good?
Even that Iron Spider, that's pretty cool. Is that the pose
Yeah, the
like
Iron
set up?
Spider's
Like,
my
is it?
favorite
look at
one.
that.
That's
Yeah, that's pretty
that's
cool,
wicked.
too.
That's awesome. That is so cool.
The
Yeah,
detail
really
on
sweet.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Looks amazing.
Yeah, I love that one.
I like your
And of course you got the
logo in
Thanos.
the background.
Ooh, the Burton
Your
Batmobile
back,
too.
yeah.
I'm just having a
Oh,
great time
thank you.
working behind you. I'm just having a great time.
Yeah, I got
It's
to
like
pick them
we're
all
in a
back up
candy
again.
store. Ooh, shiny.
That's what sucks about having a big space. That all my stuff is way back there, so it's not focused. So you're like, I see that you have stuff. What that stuff is, I don't know.
I have
Right.
a
But it's
Dingo from Bluey and Rocket, and then that's all I got.
Basically, I saw like purple light. I'm like, I'm trying to pick you out. I'm like, what's in there?
That's just my Halo shelf.
You have a Halo shelf back there? I see a Needler. Ooh.
I got
I got a
my
vacuum.
whole
That's pretty
thing.
sweet.
I got my
a
cosplay right in that box.
He's
Yeah.
got a chainsaw
Nice.
guy
I got a
vacuum.
vacuum. I got a vacuum.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Vacuum
It's from
gets it done.
Spaceballs, right?
I got the Avengers.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's
Nice.
sick.
Yeah, I was blocking it. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
cool.
I would literally thought you had the Avengers.
One of these content creators.
Come out,
I should just
Tony.
get my suit out and put it on and just hear my cosplay.
There you go. Wait,
That'd be
I'm
funny.
hoping that Council of Creators falls on like Halloween or something, so we can do that. That'd be fun. All
I got
dressed
a
up.
box waiting right there.
Let's see.
waiting.
What is Halloween next year? Let's see. Oh, it's on a Thursday. It's damn.
Ah,
So close.
Yeah, close.
My
do a
birthday
pre-Halloween
misses it by
celebration.
2 days. We need to
Right.
switch it to Monday.
Yep. Wish it. Yeah, that's gonna work. Oh my
Or
god.
just April.
Yeah, literally.
I'm looking at everybody's backdrops. I can't help it. I love that Casey Jones. That Casey Jones mask is like,
Oh,
that's-
yeah.
The
That's pretty
nice.
sweet. Are you kidding? That's
Yeah, I
so
need
cool.
I got a ton of stuff like that. If you want to zoom me up, I can show you. all
Yeah,
the
I
random
wanna
crap
see
that I
it.
have
Oh,
in my-
Live- live
zoom 'em
breakdown.
up.
We got
All right, so I've
Mando.
got
Man,
Nice. The
wow.
my
Pokeball.
Gundams in the middle row.
Cool.
I've got my Magneto helmet. I've got all my Mandalorian and Boba Fett helmets
Oh,
on
that's
this
pretty
side.
sweet.
Oh,
My
that's
Casey
awesome.
Jones.
And you got some
Let's
Pokeballs.
see what else. Yeah, I got a bunch of those. My Power Rangers, the Gold Morpher. I've got the.
Oh, straight up, you
one
got
up
the
there.
gold morpher? Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta see it. Oh, this is
He's
a
gonna go
great
get it.
gift. This is a great gift right here. I'm really happy to be here.
I can't hear anything. Hold on. Yeah, so I got this guy,
Wow, that's so sick.
and then this came in the mail not too long ago, but it's got the.
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
should
the
White
be,
spinner?
Tiger.
you should be very proud of yourself for
Ooh,
owning
that's
that. That
cool.
is quite awesome.
Yep.
Quite cool.
It's got all the other coins with it too, so they're all pretty.
Oh
cool.
really? That's
Can
awesome.
you do the morph?
Dope.
Yeah, can you do the live morph right now? Everybody drop us like a super chat to support this.
Yeah, so you just pop each of the coins out one by one. They're all metal too, so he's got the
Oh, yeah.
Zeo coin.
Oh man. My childhood is having a great time right now.
See, how do I? There it is. And then it changes the more for red, so
Very
lights up
very
red.
You got the Master Morpher.
Yep.
That's
got
actually
the
nice.
black Dino Morpher one that he had,
Oh.
and it changes everything kind of like purplish.
Oh, I love that.
I've got the turbo one, which I guess that's supposed to be the turbo one.
Yeah.
Turbo Red, yeah.
Changes that one red again, and then I've got the tiger and the falcon that came with the set.
Oh, that's
Nice.
so sick.
Wow.
What a
Yeah,
great
they all-
item.
All have different voices. They all do different lights, and I mean,
do you have the Dragon
Jason
Zord?
David Frank. What's that?
Do you have the Dragon Zord?
I don't yet. I was actually going to buy the big guy, the Lightning Collection one, the one that's like $200. I was going to buy that one. I'm just waiting to save up for it because Christmas is Christmas.
Chainsaw. I was gonna say, dude, you need to get the Omnitrix, man.
I do.
Yo, but which one? Which one do you get?
I'll stand on 10 toes on this one, man. You got to get not the OG Omnitrix. You got to get the Alien Force Omnitrix.
That's what I'm talking about.
That shit came out because I'm the
answer.
biggest Ben 10 maxi. Like, it's awesome to see that like you and other reactors are starting to cover it because I fucking love Ben 10. Like, that was my guy growing up. Anyway, the Alien Force, the first generation. I don't think you can even buy that anymore. Like the ones that were like in the Toys R Us were so goated. You put the little toy on it. You could hack it. You like put down 2 toothpicks to get them to say
that's what
Alien
I did.
X. And yeah, Buddy knows.
Oh, I know. It was not very immersive when it comes to trying to roleplay as Ben because you're just kind of like cramming.
Yeah, you gotta put an amiibo on top of it.
See, I never did the toothpick or like I always put my fingers. I just jammed them in there.
Yeah.
And it would make the noise, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And you can wear that one outside, and it's you got drip on you. Like if someone sees the Alien Force Omnitrix, they're not
100%, dude.
They're gonna be like, look at that guy.
People know like this guy fucks.
You pop out the Ultimatrix, you might get some stares, but you pull out the reimagined or the upgraded Alien Force, you're good to go.
Chase, how you liking this show, by the way? Oh, sorry,
I'm too old for all that stuff. So
yeah,
I didn't watch Ben 10.
Well, I'm watching it for the first time. I'm loving it. I watched the episode after Ultimate Aggregor where Ben is angry as shit.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I love the show. I love what they're doing with it. And people keep telling me don't watch the reboot. And I'm like, I don't know if I will because I still have way far away to get to that point anyways in terms of finishing up. I literally just started Ultimate Alien. And then I got all of Omniverse. I got plenty of stuff to cover. It's just, it's a lot.
Are you doing the live action movies?
I've already seen them.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I watched them when I was supposed to. And I had
very
copyright issues with the first live action Race Against Time. That was a pain because
who owned that? Wasn't it Cartoon Network or is it like
Turner EST who is a part of that Warner Brothers umbrella? So
true.
I don't know, but they're a pain in the ass. But I'm also watching Generator Rex too for the first time, so that's made by the same group of guys. But yeah, I'm loving Ben 10. Yeah, I want to get an Omnitrix. Yeah, but when I look up like older ones, they're pretty expensive if they're in good condition. There's some ones that are just in crap condition that are cheaper, but I want a good one. But they cost,
Yeah, no, exactly. I bet.
Yeah.
I gotta know Ben 10 was also my guy growing up. So I gotta know you watching it now, just everything's out there. You're just going as frequently as you want. Basically, you're taking your time going through them.
Yep.
Big criticism that a lot of people have had in Ben 10 is how Ben reverts his character sometimes because that's just how the flow of the story goes between the different shows. He regresses sometimes. Do you find that frustrating as watching it for the first time? Do you notice that, or for you is it just this is Ben, this is how he goes, I'm used to it by now?
I'm loving this so much. Oh my god.
I gotta know, that's a big thing for me is I've gotten used to it at this point, so I want to know how your perspective is.
It is frustrating because he grew as an individual, I think, from classic to Alien Force to him to revert back. But they have a story reason why he saved everybody with the hybrid situation. But it is annoying. But there's times where Ben, even before that major shift in season 3 of Alien Force, he was still being himself at times, being cocky. Right. But now with him being exposed to Ultimate Alien, oh my God, he's not a complete different person. It's just how do you cope with it is the thing. Everybody knows who he is. So how do you deal with that? And I think overall they handle it really good. And the thing is though, I'm just astonished at how well the storytelling is in general. Because storytelling and animation, a lot of shows are not on this level of storytelling. Avatar: Last Airbender, yes. The Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes 2010 show before it got replaced. Yeah. Spectacular Spider-Man, phenomenal storytelling. Ben 10 is on that same level and the thing is they have multiple shows continuing stuff. So it's really amazing what they've pulled off and what they're continuing to pull off that I'm seeing for the first time because I don't know how they're doing it. They're always finding new ways to surprise me and continuing new things. And yes, they've retconned some stuff, especially with Gwen. But you know, it's okay. It's okay.
Just wait. That's Young a sweet Justice, spot for now.
Yeah, Young Justice, another one. Young Justice is phenomenal. So good.
Yeah, it's an interesting point too, because like again, I only had seen it when I was growing up with it when I was a kid, so I knew at the time as I was watching it, because I didn't watch it on TV. I actually went on like whatever the cartoon websites were and like went out of my way to watch it. And I always loved the universe and the lore. And I always felt like Ben 10 was disrespected among people growing up. And I guess I wasn't plugged on the online community, but the universe and the storytelling, like you said, it always stood out to me. I was like, this doesn't seem like most shows that I'm watching. You know, and like the commitment to consistency, man of action, like
that's also a thing too. Ben 10 didn't have a comic series they could base off their show to make stories.
Yeah, it's an original IP from the jump. Like they
had to make something wholly original. And that's nothing against like Young Justice or Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, or Spectacular Spider-Man, because they found ways to make those shows great. But they have source material and characters to pull from. Ben 10, they had to create everything. So that's a whole nother level of like dedication, because the classic Ben 10 show, the very first run of it, it could have fell apart and we would not have gotten anything past that point. So, you know,
you haven't looked into anything like beyond the show, right? Okay. Because you have the pleasure, my friend, of once you're done, then you get to learn all the other things about the show, because there's so much more when you start researching it outside of just the show. And I think you're gonna have a great time when you learn the original pitch, some of the original like promos, the original pilot episode, all those different things. Like, you're gonna have so much fun. I don't want to, obviously I'm not going to talk any deeper than that. Surface level, we'll keep it there.
I do know that one of the original pitches was making Ben 10, like him turning into superheroes with the Omnitrix or something. So, yeah. So I know certain things. So,
I just think it's okay. You know how you have like that kind of like pseudo depression after you watch a show and you're like, what do I do now? It's like you have a whole backlog of behind the scenes and things with Ben 10 you're going to have a blast with, I think.
I kind of want him to turn into Superman because he's technically an alien. So that would be kind of cool. Wait, is Ben 10 owned by Warner Brothers? No. Wait.
Change laws. Like, wait, what's happening at the end of the next season?
Well, yeah, my phone was just like messing up. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I don't even know.
Ben 10 is owned by Warner Brothers. It was a property of Cartoon Network, and Cartoon Network's owned by Warner Brothers. So they could do whatever they wanted if they wanted to.
They could actually do like a Superman, like he could like meet Superman and then turn into him.
Could. Literally.
If they wanted to.
That'd be fun.
Someone get James Gunn on the phone right now. You've got a great character for you.
You don't have to get him on the phone. You can just shout him out on Threads.
Good point.
Ben 10 just appears in Swamp Thing because of the whole green thing.
That would work. Ben turning into Swamp Thing. That'd be interesting. Yeah. Ben turning into Darkseid. Ooh.
Yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Low-key want to see what they would do for a live-action Danny Phantom too, because I grew up with Danny Phantom. So
that's another show that people say I need to watch. I don't have time to do all this stuff. That's the problem. I don't have time.
I don't recall like the actual narratives of a Danny Phantom, but I just remember watching it and liking it. So
the intro just pulls you in just right off the bat.
Song is so like as Phil was like, he's a phantom. Like, so like, you know that, like, you instantly know, oh yeah, that's Danny Phantom. Yeah. Catch it.
And what's funny is he isn't actually Danny Phantom, he's Danny Fenton. But basically they named him after the ghost form. So
I can agree with that.
Yeah, there's definitely I definitely noticed that too later on. There's definitely a lot of inspirations that they take, and I think some of the villains and other popular sci-fi series as well, like that I didn't realize till after the fact, and I got older and I saw them. I'm like, oh, like they kind of did that in this show or that show, or like certain mythologies, and they just like adapt them into the show, but they still do in their own fashion.
I don't know if I'm like going crazy over here, but I'm suddenly getting like an image in my head of Ben 10 being with some DC character in a comic somewhere. Am I speaking out of my arse here, or like
there was like an international spot with Justice League members and Ben in like a like a room, and Kevin Conroy's voicing Batman, which is like the best thing ever.
Get Ben in the room with Batman. We need it to happen.
Yeah, there's with Booster Gold. There's this character who has the Omnitrix. Like, why do you not work when you're supposed to? You can kind of see the Omnitrix details on there.
Man, the Omnitrix is just so dope, man. I'm sorry. Like,
it's so dope.
Like the concept of it is just so sick. You know, like who wouldn't want to just grab a random watch and just become like basically a superhero?
Just grab a watch and just
I feel like it would be so satisfying. I feel like that would just be.
Oh, sorry, you have to twist
cool.
it. You got to twist the knob. I want this alien, and then you don't get it right. You don't get the one you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this to a Ben 10 conversation. I felt like I just had to bring it up.
Okay.
We're apologizing for that? I thought that was kind of like, I thought we were all having fun. My bad. Sorry. I thought this was like the Council of Tennysons or something.
The Council of Ben 10. Council of Ben 10. Oh, well, they did do this. There is like a little promo with Beast Boy and Ben 10 fighting. I watched that. I know it exists.
Okay.
It's real. So
that is actually
that's a cool combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they both can change into other characters. Well,
seeing Beast Boy turn into Wild Mutt's pretty sweet. A Vulpamancer, that would be pretty cool.
What was interesting is when I didn't know this, but when Beast Boy enters another planet, he becomes the animal aspects of that specific planet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
What? No, I'm trying to remember. Like, what was it that? Like, it was something to do with Trigon. Like Ben. Like, not Ben. Sorry, I'm Ben on the brain. Beast Boy turns into like a demon or something at some point.
Yeah.
He can roll it. I remember that being something that happened.
That was in the Judas Chalice or Justice
Judas
League
Contract.
versus, Judas Contract or Teen Titans versus Justice League.
Oh yeah, it might have been that. I can't remember. Yeah, it was something like that where he couldn't control himself.
Wait, wasn't it in the Apocalypse War animated movie where he like turned into like one of those things? It
could have been there too. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Judas Contract. I mean, or Dubs is right. It's one. I think that one is it. I don't know.
Because I remember like the bad Trigon was actually trying to control the Justice League, so that makes sense. It was Justice League versus Teen Titans.
And there was that whole scene where Trigon is like a kaiju level like size. He's just walking. Doesn't even give a crap about what they want. He's like and when I was just thinking about that, my favorite scene is how Damian Wayne just pulls out kryptonite from his belt and puts it back in. Superman just looks down, goes, "All right, he's Batman's son," and then gets up. Want to bring on here for the first time on Council. I'm glad he's here. Jedi Mike is here. Welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Hello there.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Are you on the right
I don't know if it's coming out of your snowball though.
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, is my mic okay? I'm using my phone, so I don't.
Yeah,
know.
No, it's not bad.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
No worries.
I'll just yell, "Hello!" I can't. My wife's in the next room. She'll come over here beating the crap out of me. She has
the ghost just appears behind you
because she has to work.
There we go.
Unlike me, I can sleep in. She cannot. So. But yeah, so
Get better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah,
What's
sorry.
up?
Yeah, sorry I'm late, y'all. I saw Rebel Moon yesterday. Then I just got out of a screening for Aquaman too.
Oh.
So it was like got out of theater around like 9:20, so I had to drive back. I'm in the East Coast right now, so
Okay.
DC area. So but yeah, I had to drive back because I didn't want to, miss talking to you guys. But great to meet y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
great
Yeah,
to meet
likewise.
I just thought of like
and
the
with
DC
you-
area. As
Yeah.
you're
With
watching
you,
Aquaman too.
with you being late, we'll allow it this one time. We'll allow it this one time. Right. Yeah. My wife would do that too. Send me 20 TikToks and she could just walk in and show me. Yeah, it's fair. Okay, so Gore wants to know, Jedi, since you saw it, whenever you can, he's screaming, how much was Amber in the movie?
No, that's sorry. That's my wife. Yeah. So I am very surprised how much scenes that she's in this film. Now this is the thing. This is gonna make or break it. If you cannot stand the look of her, you're not gonna enjoy this movie 1 second. She was the fact that obviously because we saw the trial and everything. We saw the trial and we saw the that Walter Mata basically testified talking about the role of Amber Heard. Basically was saying that her chemistry in the first film was not that great, obviously, but with Jason Momoa, but her roles can be diminished not because of the case. And you definitely see it. It wasn't like whether the case happened or not. It made sense for her being like in a very like secondary role in this film because of obviously you see the child, she's playing the mother figure and it did a very good way of structuring her where she's in the scenes where she needs to be, but it not being she have little to no dialogue in this film. I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, and that's why I feel you really didn't see her much in the trailer because the heavy action scenes and dialogue scenes, that's where that she's in, but obviously that will give away most of the movie and everything. But yeah, for the most part, I don't know. You want to ask my thoughts on it again? My thing is, it's over. It's over. It's over. Like I literally had a white the post credit scene was a white flag just saying we surrender. 10 years. Started 2013 and 2023. 10 years exactly, and they end in a bittersweet way, like they always do, which is a joke. And so yeah, that's it. The much as I can give before the embargo, which again for anybody non-movie critic, when they have the embargo before the movie comes out, wink wink, not good sign.
When does the embargo lift?
Tomorrow when the movie comes out.
That's terrible.
I didn't know that. That's even worse. Okay.
Well, it technically doesn't matter because it's the end. But
yeah, and I know you guys were talking about DC. Obviously, I'm a comic book fan of everything and stuff, but it was just that I hope there's moments in this movie where I was hoping they do like a comic book scene. I remember when I was a kid on Justice League and they don't do it, and I was like, oh man, that was a missed opportunity. They could have done it, make it look cool. It's okay. Let James Gunn save that for the real DC universe. Those character moments define basically the same thing of Avengers eating shawarma at the end of Avengers back in 2012. Those character moments where you humanize them, that is what the foundation of DC universe is to me. And I feel like it's for all of us. That's why we've been following them for, over 20 plus years. My dad, my oldest childhood memory is me and my dad getting up on Saturday mornings watching WB and watching Justice League limited cartoons and everything. And because of that show, Teen Titans, Static Shock, etc., Batman animated series, my dad had the DVDs, before they were VHS tapes, before they were DVDs, yeah. So, but yeah, no, that is what is the foundation, what the DC universe is supposed to be. And I felt we got a hint of that in Blue Beetle, but I hope that moving forward, that James Gunn understands, which he's always seen through his films, again, that these character moments, not just the great action scenes, but this is what actually holds the foundation of this film for us to actually care about these characters. So,
but isn't that what James Gunn did with his Guardians trilogy? I mean, his first movie was a lot of character moments, but his second movie was an entire character movie leading into the importance of the third movie. So if you like the Guardians trilogy, aside from the dick jokes and stuff, and you see the actual storytelling he's doing, DC's in great hands because his storytelling is very great.
Yeah,
there's nothing he's done that leads you to a conclusion that this is not going to be good. If he makes you cry over a CGI raccoon,
that's what I was going to say.
You telling me he can't do Superman, the easiest person to make a movie about that we failed to do for such a long time? I don't care how many members of the Justice League or JLI or anybody gets cast in Superman Legacy. I'm trusting this. I'm trusting James Gunn's process because he's given you nothing to counteract that idea. But there's no
shouldn't that also be the most exciting part about it? He's announced members of the Justice Society, Justice League International.
It's awesome.
And that means this is going to be not an intro. It's not going to be like the Batman Begins or Man of Steel. It's going to be Superman in a world of super people from the start.
Yeah, right.
Which is going to be the first time we've ever seen that.
They have that kind of thing worked in Justice League Unlimited. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're absolutely right, buddy. You're absolutely right. But like they have a huge opportunity in 2025. Just to flip this whole comic book conversation of movies upside down. Because I guess listen, James Gunn, you have to understand, paying attention. You guys brought up amazing points. The fact that you were first pursuing as a filmmaker instead of a studio exec, and having Peter basically actually do that side, and you just focus on storytelling. The business side right now is that we have one MCU movie aside from a couple of Spider-Man movies and stuff. Spider-Man next year, but like in 2025 we have the Batman. Next year we only have the Joker sequel, and then in 2025 we have Superman Legacy. I honestly believe that we're gonna see the conversation we had with Marvel back in the last 10 years is gonna be flipping the next 10 years for DC. And honestly,
I really hope so.
Okay, 100%. I think that's okay. Listen, Marvel has done as a business since done something impossible that's never been done before. And just because you made reach the plateau of your success doesn't mean everything that you've done in terms of course your history was a failure. They have every reason to receive a round of applause. The fact that we have these many comic movies, but now it's time for another regime of characters that haven't gotten their justice, and which is, no pun intended, Justice League.
No, 100%, 100%.
I agree.
It is very frustrating when you see articles and talks about like that Jacob Elordi actor saying that Superman was too dark for him. That is when that
kid's a clown.
I understood, but like that's a mindset for people. And Justice did damage to Superman. The Boys has done damage to Superman just with Homelander adjacent being an evil Superman archetype. The Brightburn stuff that James Gunn produced, like the evil Superman archetype is like, I think it works in everything that isn't Superman. I think it works in everything else but Superman. And it's just like, everyone thinks that the DC universe is so dark and grim, which it is at times. It depends where you are in the DC universe. But like that comic book panel where it's Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman just eating cheeseburgers. That's my DC. That's the DC I want. Because that's a living, breathing world where these characters can exist, and it's just like you said, it's not an introduction. It may be our introduction to the DC world, but we're no longer doing the whole like, oh my gosh, Superman exists kind of deal. Like we are probably not saying not at all, but I'm saying like superheroes in general, like he's not the first one. That's so much more interesting already. It's all about hope. I agree, Daren, 100%.
And that's the most amazing thing, because if you look at James Gunn's entire slate, every project that was announced and all the ones that are being rumored, they're all midway points for these heroes. Batman the Brave and the Bold, he's been Batman for 10, 15 years. He's already got his Nightwing, already got his Robin, and now he's getting his child as Robin. So you're going to have an established Batman and Bat family. You've got Swamp Thing, which is going to just be the story of Swamp Thing doing his thing, fighting some new thing, probably going to be the Rot or something like that. You've got Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, not an origin story. It's going to be her having her existential crisis after being Supergirl for a while and realizing her older cousin, her younger cousin / older cousin, is now overshadowing her when she's like, I'm 17 years older than you, but somehow now you're 30. So this is insane. So you have this movie where she's already established. So James Gunn is not doing the origin route, and all the origin stories are going to be told on HBO Max and various backstory related projects. But the movies themselves are not going, they're going to essentially be like the Incredible Hulk, where you're going to get an intro montage showing the origin for 30 seconds. Then the rest of the movie is knee deep in the story. That's amazing.
I agree.
That's a huge win for me.
I think the only thing, you make a great point when you brought up the Max shows and stuff like that, is like, with Disney, it's like there's too much. And a lot of general audiences, that's another reason why the Marvels was like, you had to watch WandaVision and a Disney Plus show of Miss Marvel. And it's like, the more heavy duty work the general audiences have to do, the less they're going to want to do it or be a part of it. So like, I'm interested to see their structure with how they release stuff like that, because you have to be careful. I don't want them to fall under what Marvel's doing, because now Marvel has to take a step back. Kevin Feige is being spread a little bit too thin, and a lot of these projects suffered. A lot of workers suffered with some of their practices. So I'm hoping, with Warner Brothers, it scares me a bit with the whole Zaslav, ruining his relationships, or the studio's relationship with filmmakers in general. Scares me to my core, because I care about filmmaking more than comic books every day, all day. For me, filmmaking's my thing, and I love these superheroes, but it's like, you kind of have to get the fundamentals of doing this right. And as long as James Gunn sticks to his word that he posted on that YouTube video, that he's going to let the filmmakers do their job. We're only going to step in when we need to make things a little cohesive, but everything's going to be individual, director focused, story first. Like, as long as those things happen, we're pretty much okay. I think you're right. I think the flip is happening because there's no way with the Batman Part 2 and Superman Legacy, we're getting the world's finest in 2025. They may be in different universes, okay?
Right.
But I'm okay with it. I'm just so happy.
And even James Gunn had the most direct answer of how it's going to not confuse audiences. I mean, he said that the stuff that's going to be on HBO Max is backstory that's optional. It's going to be a reward for people who watch it, but it's not required viewing, which is another win right there. But he also said flat out just like 2 or 3 days ago that both the main DCU canon and Elseworlds projects will have a different opening stinger showing that they're different universes.
Word. That's great.
Huge win right there.
But you have to understand that, and Buddy made a very good point talking about the studio in-person relation. Because listen, we are very greedy as comic book fans. Like, we're in a time right now that I don't think that we're really taking for granted. In terms of like, and I just got married a couple months ago, and I'm like, I'm about to have children and stuff. I'm like, I can bring my child into a world where now, there's a Blue Beetle movie, right? Stuff, right? But then I can show you just 2 seasons of, or season 2 of Young Justice and everything, and you can just go binge as a kid, learning about lessons of life, but also through these out of life characters and everything. But there's a bigger issue that's going to affect really with Marvel and DC, that if you're going to move forward, we're entering in 2024. You're going to have to accept the fact that you cannot do comic movies the way you used to. You can't just do Marvel movies the way you used to. There's no more just throwing an Avengers movie out there, because right now, forget all of them. Because even though I love some of the characters in the Disney Plus shows, definitely Falcon, Winter Soldier, I like that for my personal reasons and stuff. WandaVision and moments of Loki and some moments in Hawkeye too, like character moments, let alone the whole story of the season. But nobody cares about these characters today, right? Nobody cares. And it's that when the Marvels, which by the way, people complain about race swapping, but then when you have an original black character and you don't want to go support him because it's in a movie with Captain Marvel, that's hypocrisy. Like, in my opinion, it's just like, if you actually want to see new characters that are original, then go support them. But at the same time, if the Disney Plus Lily, I think, was the Achilles heel for this phase of Marvel, in the last 2 phases of Marvel, as much as it was a cash grab in terms of moving away, obviously, with the pandemic, but now it's getting to a point like, listen, the Marvels, if you watch Secret Invasion, it will hurt your viewership of the Marvels. If you didn't watch Secret Invasion, it will actually help your viewership of the Marvels.
No, 100%.
Like, hey, Nick Fury, where's your wife? Are you in freaking space with these cats and mess? Where's your wife? Like, so when I'm watching all these shows that are supposed to be connected, because that's what Kevin Feige said at Comic-Con, and I was there with y'all. And now here we are, and my wife and my dad's like, who are like movie fans, but not into like we are. They're like, oh, who's that? Wait, who's that blue guy? That's Beast. Like, wait, what is Beast? It's X-Men. Oh, they're doing X-Men now? Yeah, they should have done that 2 years ago. But anyway.
Yeah. Like, I took my girlfriend to go see the Marvels because she was a fan of Captain Marvel 1. And I got her up to speed on who Miss Marvel was and Monica Rambeau. Not that difficult to explain those characters. But like, by the end, when Beast shows up, she's like, who the fuck is this guy? What are we doing? Like, it's hard to follow when you're not constantly like consuming content 24/7.
I also think that COVID hurt it.
100%.
Yeah.
COVID definitely did, but it's just like,
and the actor strike.
When you look at Disney Plus's business model, it does not work in longevity. It doesn't. It worked very well during the pandemic. They did a great job there. But that honeymoon phase, I'm not saying the pandemic was a honeymoon phase. Please don't take those words out of context. I'm talking about the business model.
You are saying that.
But like that honeymoon phase of everyone consuming the content and being engulfed in this, it's done. Like, it's gone. People are much more critical now than ever. Everybody's a critic. That's always been a thing. But like, it's much more focused on comic book stuff now. Like, people will not take it anymore. And I respect that. I think that's a good thing, because you can't just do the same thing you've been doing for 10 years now.
I'll be honest too. Like, I haven't really caught up much of the Marvel content pretty much since WandaVision. I haven't even seen it, like anything past that point. And I already felt the fatigue around then. So for then, now for general audiences to have to, like you said, fill in all these new shows, 2-3 seasons now we're getting into some of these contents. And then the films themselves aren't just, I guess, great in terms of its quality too, and you have to have all this prerequisite. I can just imagine people not feeling like it's worth it or to keep up with it, right?
Well,
yeah. Well, I feel like.
Well, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, yeah.
The problem is that Marvel is in a weird phase because they're introducing so many new characters, and they're like stepping away from other characters that really need more time to be established. Because where's Shang-Chi at? After his movie, where's Shang-Chi?
Yeah,
where's Captain America?
That was actually, I saw that one. I enjoyed that one. But like,
there was a Shang-Chi Easter egg in Miss Marvel, and I was waiting. And like, out of all the characters that show up in the Marvels, I was waiting for you to just bring Shang-Chi. Like, I know a person. Which, by the way, Captain Marvel was in the end credit scene in Shang-Chi. So, and now we see the bangle, the grandmother's bangle, in a 10 Rings temple. And then here we go, watch the Marvels, hopefully get some connectivity. And then we see Shang-Chi, we're like, oh, great. But then we don't. And now we give a cop-out now, where now we just, again, we want to talk about the X-Men and everything. Let's be real. When I saw the end credit scene of in the Marvels, to me, it felt lazy. And I've watched you guys for years, by the way. I'm internally geeking out, but this is a dream come true. Thank you, Chainsaw. I see the comments when we're actually giving some type of constructive criticism, people thinking, oh, you're just not as big of a fan as I was. I'm like, I was there with you for 10 years when it started with Iron Man. But now when a mediocre Marvel movie and a great post-credit scene comes out, I'm not going to be like, oh, that was a great movie because I like the post-credit scene. No, I'll be like, no, I like the movie was mediocre and you gave a post-credit scene that you're not going to fulfill in the future. I'm still waiting for Blade. Internal, like,
and we get the Blade game first.
In the screen, we heard his voice. And you look on YouTube to find who that was. Come on, the nerve of you, Academy Award-winning actor.
The problem is they have so many. Like now with the shows, they have so much stuff that they could be doing more. But instead of like, let's continue a storyline we set up a couple of movies ago, or we want to continue. But no, we have all this other stuff we're trying to do. It's like so much stuff because I think Disney Plus completely screwed them over.
Agreed.
It's like okay, did the Infinity Saga, we finished that. Woo! Oh crap! Now we have to do Disney Plus shows, and then they were trying to rush them out. They weren't actually taking their time.
No showrunners, no proper script for this. They took movie scripts and expanded them.
And I bet the after credit sequence of Shang-Chi is not going to be addressed until Avengers 5.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So.
And now you have the rumors that Avengers 6 is going to be parts 1 and 2 now. So they're splitting movies because of the whole Kang thing.
They should just squeeze Avengers versus X-Men if they're going to go the lazy route and just bring Fox. Do it.
You're right. Avengers versus X-Men. I think they're going to announce that at Comic-Con.
I'm right there with you that it was a lazy idea. I think it's lazy. Yeah. I think after Secret Wars, you got to do some. Not reboot, but you need to retcon where we are. What's the status quo here? Because I want new things. I want to see new things. I don't need to see old things get CGI models that look worse than the old thing. And the performance is so shafted and isn't good. I want new. I want new innovation over just like Deadpool 3 is going to be a nice mix, I think, of new and old. I think that's a good bridge. I get that one.
Yeah.
But
I think Endgame was kind of their double-edged sword too, because I feel like with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they were always making it bigger and bigger and bigger. So we start with Iron Man and all these solo movies of these characters. Then you get the Avengers, which was a huge burst. Then you get into phase 2 and you got these characters now mingling in their other solo movies, which was another big burst. Then you get to Infinity War, which is all these characters together, another big burst. Then you have Endgame, which is every single character in like the universe coming together in that final battle for like an hour with Thanos. And that was just like such a huge dopamine of levels of excitement with these superhero movies that like when you don't get to those heights again, it's hard to feel the same excitement. And then they did it again with No Way Home because you had nostalgia of bringing the Spider-Man back. So that was like another big dopamine kick of excitement for the audience. But now you've gone to these kind of more mediocre movies, which I believe if movies that were coming out nowadays were in like phase 2 or even 3, they would be better received in that time. But because we're past that time, that's why it's feeling so meh.
Yeah. It feels more like their perspective is foresight over hindsight. Instead of looking back on the things that worked, they're looking for the things in the future. They're wanting that same exact like build up with Thanos that they went with Kang. They're like, oh, hey, this is our next guy. This is our next thing that we can set up everything on, because we need to reach that again, because they saw that their movie is now the biggest movie of all time. You see the foresight, you see those dollar signs, but you're not reflecting on what actually made that work.
So and they moved all their expansion to Disney Plus. Like almost all the new characters were introduced in shows that you had to sit down and watch for 6 hours.
So before we continue, we do have to say bye to Taylor and Zenghilios. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and being
nice
here.
meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you guys. Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Nice chatting with you all.
Okay.
It was great being on. I'll try to come back another time.
Yes, of course. You both are welcome to come back anytime. Yes,
awesome.
Of course.
So, yeah, looking forward to it.
All right. See you guys.
Right.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Allons-y.
Yeah.
Allons-y.
Who were those guys?
And then there were 6.
I don't know who those guys were. No idea. No idea.
I probably got a boogie in a little bit too, but I'm curious because how do you guys find that Marvel is going to try to turn it back, if you think they even are going to? Because I'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts is who've been keeping up with it. Because I'm like the outside perspective now, who used to be obviously, into it as they were coming out. I just can't get myself to give a fuck about it. I'm sorry.
They're getting away from the Kang stuff. It's clear. They're getting away with the Kang stuff. I don't think they're going to recast. I feel like they're just going to start. I think they're going to focus on the Beyonder in terms of Secret Wars. I think that's probably they're going to switch to that, because the rumor was before Kang Dynasty was going to lead into Secret Wars, obviously, and that a version of Kang becomes the Beyonder. And so that was the rumor, like how they're going to interconnect those two. I think now they're just going to bring forth the Beyonder, because Loki season 2, without getting into specifics, they basically found they found a way. Even though I haven't seen it, but I've heard this. They found a way to basically step away from the Kang stuff. They found a way to exit.
Oh, it's so smart. Honestly, I got to give them credit for that one.
And I think that was so strategic on their part, because again, it's like whether people thought it was confused or not, they can keep a general consensus that if you knew of Kang for the most part, or likely, you watch that finale and you're like, okay, there's nothing more to this character I need to see, because they're taking care of it.
Once again, I want to bring up my girlfriend as an example, because she's getting into Venom specifically when it comes to graphic novels and stuff. She really likes Venom,
right?
But she watched Loki because I was watching it in the background. She found it interesting, started the show, and has now completed the show. And the threat of Kang no longer is in her mind at all because of what Loki has done over the course of the show. It's almost like, oh, that's it. That's the closed book. And if a general audience member is thinking that she can't be the only one. And I feel like that's if you're gonna close that book, close it right now. Close it right now and keep it closed. But to answer the question, I think they're gonna, from my marketing brain, Deadpool 3 is your answer. As much as I'm not liking the idea of like just bringing in the Fox people and that's it, it's gonna depend on how the marketing goes for Deadpool, because they have to wait until Comic-Con for the big stuff, right? But I think Deadpool 3 is going to be your way to get the fans back, because of the way it's being done. With I like the standards Ryan Reynolds and the crew are putting to like the real sets and the real practical effects over the visual effects heavy stuff. Like that's already got me, the filmmaking brain guy, like, oh, thank you, because it's going to just look better. But that product is like, I shouldn't say it's not. I don't like the term product. It's a product, but like this piece of art is probably going to be much better than we've seen from Marvel in the last couple of years, since maybe No Way Home, or whatever your poison is, whatever you liked last. It's probably going to be better than that, or more cohesive, or a much better story. And I think they're going to lean into that heavy, because one, it's their first R-rated MCU movie officially. And I think they're going to lean into hey guys, look at us. We still got our sauce. We didn't lose it. And we're giving you something new that you like. Deadpool's in the MCU. We're bringing you what you loved with the Fox universe. We're going to make fun of the things in the past, mistakes we've made. And then we've also got the Void and TVA stuff, because I think that's public knowledge. That's not just based on leaks. There's real things about the TVA being involved. So I don't think that's a real spoiler, but they're connecting things in a way that I think is unique. I think that's how they're going to get fans back, or at least try, because I don't see what else you have. I don't know what else you do. I don't know what the next move is, other than seeing Kevin Feige once again go, here's everything we're going to do again. That's going to get changed at Comic-Con. Like, you can't do that again. You can't do this. Like the whole big plan, here's everything we got, because it failed. It didn't work. Don't do that.
I think it's a good point, right? Like Deadpool was, that hit that sort of got people on board who maybe weren't even into superhero movies like that, right? Just because of the fun, the gore. I hope. And then the question is like, what if they don't? What happens then? Like, what if it just turns out to be okay?
I don't know.
These violent delights will have violent ends.
I think it's a smart move to have only Deadpool 3 for that year, because it'll give people a break to be like, okay, and then wanting more the next year.
Same thing with DC. I think it's a smart move to take a bridge year, basically. You got one movie coming out.
They've got to reduce their budgets, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What do you mean? They've got a
Has anyone seen Godzilla -1?
Yes.
Yep. Loved it.
$15 million or less, and they produced that. Like, these budgets have to be significantly reduced.
Well, I mean,
like, I can't believe it.
Secret Invasion, a show that they could not make money on, really cost over $200 million to make.
Ridiculous.
I don't understand. How is that not like rule number one when it comes to making movies, right? Is making the budgets proper. The whole thing is about making money. Your return on investment is what's most important to them. They
admitted $20 million alone was for Samuel L. Jackson to do it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they had to pay a lot of money to agree to do it.
And I mean, that at least does make logical sense in my brain. You have such a high-class actor like him as your lead. That makes sense in my brain. But, like, all these guys want to do is make return on investment. That's their number one thing. They don't care about storylines or characters, the stuff we care about, or the audience or the filmmakers want. They want the dollar signs. So why are they investing so much money with no return?
That budget ballooned a lot too because of all the reshoots they had to do for that show.
Facts. Oh, yeah. Facts.
Also, if you look back at Phase 1, you could see the budget increasing as the success kept growing. And eventually you got to Avengers, where they put all their money in, and that was really big, first time Avengers movie. So I feel like they should go back to like stepstones.
It should be less than $100 million for like 90% of these projects. Your big Secret Wars, your big 3-hour-long epics. Sure, that makes sense why you put more money into it, because you're expecting a higher return. You can throw more capital into it if you want. Like, I get that. But like, when I see something like the Batman and I'm like, oh shit, like this looks like a real film.
Right.
This looks amazing. And it's made on like half of like a BVS budget or half of a Civil War budget. Or, I hear the talks about Captain America 4 doing 4 to 6 months reshoots. And I'm like, that's an entire movie you're shooting. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Like, and then you have like the whole, like I was talking about, like the whole way they do the production. Like you have She-Hulk. I think that was well over 200 million. And the way you mess with your visual effects artists and the way the show was set up, that you have to rework episodes that you're supposed to be working on, and so the CGI looks wonky. And then people turn around and complain that CGI looks bad and blames visual effects artists. And it's like people want to just find someone to point the blame to, and it's like it's a complicated thing. But targeting the visual effects artists is like, just because more money is being thrown at them or like thrown at the project doesn't just mean everything's going to look great when these people are working under the conditions they are, and they can't perform. They can't generate or create that art that they want to inspire and entertain and do the things they're supposed to do. They can't, because they're under all these limitations. So like when you see that budget and you see the circumstances and the problems they've been dealing with, like, it's just so frustrating, because we've seen their potential and what they've been able to do, and it's like,
and their budgets also grew as their box office grew, and they were making like $1 billion of film in like Phase 3, so they increased the budgets to meet that expected box office, but they're not doing that anymore. So their budgets have to come down as their box office is coming down at the moment.
Yeah, and as a business sense, by the way, go.
Oh, yeah, we have to say bye to Phil. Oh, thanks for being here, man.
Take care, guys. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure to meet you.
You as well, guys.
Ben 10 fans for the win.
Yes. You're always welcome to come back.
Oh, that was clean. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Loved it. And then there were 5.
Yeah, no. As a business sense, though, like, because like I'm in film journalism, and I can tell just like this is to me like the ESPN for movies for me. Like this is where like people talk about injuries and trading people, the contracts in NFL. I talk about box office contracts and deals.
That's so movies. Funny. That's a great way to describe it.
It's literally, that's what is night and day for me. And what I think this year, because cinema in general basically had a case study for them, Disney especially, right? The fact that I believe that no Disney film this year made $1 billion.
Nope.
And that were highly overly produced. But at the same time, I think that a lot of these films basically have a case study for some films like Five Nights at Freddy's that was very inexpensive to make and return on its investment. Not only because you had marketing, word of mouth, but because in paper that movie should have failed because it was first got cut off and then they redid it again. Bunch of reshoots and everything, and they still made a profit that weekend. So reshoots does not mean dead on arrival. Let's just get that straight. Well, we understand things happen, but the thing about this is not get reckless with your money. And obviously, during that time of the pandemic, we also have to understand new leadership at the time. Because you mentioned, Buddy, about relationship. Bob Paycheck really damaged in terms of actors even wanting to be part of the MCU after the situation with Scarlett Johansson during the Black Widow release. Happening the same time as it was streaming on Disney Plus, and with that she had to sue and it got settled, obviously. But that level of damage in terms of the reputation of Marvel, where like I don't even want to be in part of these movies anymore. So again, it's like on a business sense, are we actually building a relationship where people want to sign these 10-year contracts, knowing that it might take media attention, hate, what, etc. Or hey, they might get recast depending on studios transfer from different owners, such as Warner Brothers Discovery and to Warner Brothers AT&T, and then Batgirl gets cut and her movie's never getting made and never getting seen the day of light. So it's again comic book movies reputation as a artist and as a filmmaker. Like I don't even want to do this anymore, and that's what you have to change.
So we do have a very special guest showing up. He is the goodest of boys. Santa Daren is here. Hello.
Hey. How's it going?
How's it
What's up,
going?
man?
Still have Santa Clements.
I do. I haven't changed it. I forgot. About it.
No.
It's Christmas spirit. It's almost like 4 days away.
I know, it's insane.
Oh, Gore. Come on, man. That's negative. But yeah.
They speaking of the MCU, they also need to figure out like we can't have like the movie out for 3 weeks and then go to streaming. It needs to be stretched out more, like 3 months.
Well, that was the problem because they always because the last couple of years, it's like, oh, we're gonna go to theaters for like a month and then streaming.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, why am I gonna go spend $10+ on a ticket, just one ticket, go get snacks or popcorn or whatever, and then eventually you're just spending so much money. Like, I can wait till it goes.
I mean, that's just a huge problem with the film industry in general. It is so like the shirt I'm wearing, it's from the new Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem movie. Most people didn't even know that movie came out.
Yeah. And
it was originally supposed to come out on 4K September 12th and came out last week because this whole idea of coming to digital, like the whole physical market is dying. Best Buy's taking it out. And that bothers me because, David Zaslav and these other people could just delete your projects from everywhere if it's on streaming. So physical media is more important to me than ever. But like movies like this don't get seen. Exactly. Oh man, Oppenheimer, I need to get real quick. I got the
screenplay. I got the screenplay.
That's beautiful. Yeah. See, like that's what's important about film is like I think so. I don't remember what director said it, but he was like, we're basically the janitors of film by keeping physical media around because someday this might not be here anymore because of the way things are going now. And it's really sad when you have a movie coming out one week. Then they announce 3 weeks later it's coming to digital. And then you don't know when the 4K is coming out because they don't even know. There isn't production. Yeah. It just, the Mutant Mayhem 4K just showed up at my Walmart one week. And I'm like, what the hell? Where's like, obviously I know we're in a niche right now on the stream. If you're watching this stream, you're in a niche. Did you know that?
Yeah.
We are all, and I love this community. Thank you for letting me be on here, by the way. But like, we care about these things. We care about these things. But then I'm in an even smaller group of physical media people who like care about 4Ks and stuff. And it's like, it just this once again, you bring back the business model. You bring back things, and it's like, it doesn't click with my brain as a 22-year-old individual. I know I look older because I'm bald, but I'm 22 and I'm thinking, why are we not letting movies breathe in the movie theater? And like let them have their life and their run, and then you go to the physical release, and then you go to streaming.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, like, because we did that like 10 years ago, but that worked a lot better than
Well,
now.
the theatrical window shrunk to 45 days, didn't it?
It
Went
did.
from 90
It
to
did.
45.
Yeah. It's very short, and that's.
I think wasn't the biggest like thing was the last voyage of the what was it called, like the last
the Mentor movie, the Dracula movie.
It was like 2 weeks
2
or
weeks.
so, and
that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I was like, you've got to be kidding.
Well,
I
you
mean,
have to look at
obviously-
May. You have to look at May as a way to actually analyze this, because May this past year we had Little Mermaid, we had Transformers, we had Spider-Verse, then we had Indiana Jones, Dial of Destiny.
Flash,
The next month you had and we have Flash, obviously.
And
Mission Impossible.
Everyone's favorite.
Yeah, Flash with 20 million fans and press screenings for free. Yeah, heard that. Just because you try to get fan screenings doesn't mean it increases the word of mouth. It just knows we're telling you this is dead on arrival. But and
Mission Impossible came out too.
Yeah, Mission Impossible, then
Yeah, June was
Oppenheimer,
insane.
Barbie, and then the strike happened.
And then Ninja Turtles, and it's like all the there's just so many movies, and Blue Beetle, like there's so many movies. It's hard for anybody average general audience to go see a movie more than once a month.
It was an awesome summer though.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
I've never seen so many movies than this year.
Yeah.
And I still have like 3 or 4 more to go. Like there's I can't believe it.
I've missed so many this year. I've seen like 35 or 40 like new films this year. I've missed hundreds of movies I've missed this year.
That new Studio Ghibli movie, I just can't make it. I can't make it, or I couldn't make it to Killers of the Flower Moon or whatever that movie was called.
I gotta show you something.
The Martin Scorsese movie, I couldn't even make it.
824. This is a much I have not reviewed. I've watched this. This is what, as critics, they keep sending you because it's award season right now. One after the other. You see how thick this is? All of this, the Dream Scenario movie, all this Saltburn, all these things.
Oh, I hear that's insane. I'm so excited to watch that.
It is too many things to take, to actually it's a very overwhelming. But again, I have to say this definitely, as a content creator, make sure you take care of yourselves. I understand, we part of the game,
Man, Saltburn is good.
And stuff, but more importantly, take care of your health. Also, the holidays are coming up. I understand the algorithm,
Very
but your
important.
family matters more. So
drink water.
Yeah,
it helps with the voice.
Yeah,
that's something that I've kind of like gone into like these last couple of years, especially where I have to stop myself at times where it's like, oh, I have to watch this and this and this and this. It's like, no, you don't have to watch this stuff. You should want to watch these things. That's why art is for you to enjoy it. It's not mandatory. And I do feel like just like for myself, it's like when you feel like that, then stop trying to cover everything, because then you're
100%.
not going to enjoy the things that you're covering. Like it's this like
Facts.
double-edged sword.
I've only been back into content creation for a minute now, and like I have a whole Godzilla -1 review like on my computer, halfway edited, and I don't think I'm going to release it just because you don't have to always release everything. You can just enjoy things, and I think that's important too. Is like we could talk all live long day about the box office, the budgets, the business models, but like we're just coming from a place of love, and I think sometimes it's kind of hard to get your head out of the gutter like that. Sometimes you just want to enjoy something, and that's so valid. But it's just like I think the criticisms, I think the way we talk just comes from like we know the potential here. We know they can be so much better, and we're frustrated because they're not.
It's the passion.
It's just like it's the passion. 100%. I think it's like the respect for the craft. Like I think we really respect what these guys are able to do. And what they're able. I mean, because it's crazy for a movie to exist at all. And like we could crap on Flash all live long day. I will shit on the Flash all live long day. But at the end of the day, it's a movie that somehow got made.
Yeah,
that's impressive on its own.
And made me very happy.
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah. So,
I like that movie.
Respect to that. I respect.
Yeah,
that.
hell yeah.
100%. Yes.
He's back on council. He was on one time a little while ago, and now he's back again. ItzWilson is here. Welcome.
What up, everybody? Hey. What's going on?
How's it going?
What's going on? Can you guys hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been watching the whole time, and I just had to do this for my Ben 10 people. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Let's go.
Wow.
I'm jealous.
I dug through my closet for longer than I care to admit.
Gordon, you need one. You need to get one.
I'm so jealous right now. I'm so jealous. Jesus.
Yeah.
I wore that.
Love Ben 10 back in the day.
Now you're out of focus.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, hit the watch.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit the watch.
So he's got to twist the watch to get it back in focus.
Ooh.
Animations.
Oh.
Batteries and stuff too. Still works.
Oh my god.
Oh really? Oh wow.
And that's the Alien Force one, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently that was the coolest one. I don't really have an opinion, honestly, which is the one to get.
Oh, okay. Oh man, but yeah, I'm actually gonna be watching Barbie for the first time tomorrow.
Oh, fun!
Oh, cool.
Yo, was that good?
Yeah, it is.
I liked Barbie. Just rewatched it last night. It's very solid.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Because I was gonna try to react to it as well.
Yeah, no, it's quite good. It's quite good.
I'm not reacting to it.
You're just gonna watch it?
Yeah. I've been like waking up. Obviously, my wife has to go to work, so I've been waking up, and when she leaves, I've been watching movies in the morning.
Well.
So yeah. Oh, sorry, Gore. I'm sorry. You know, you caught me. You called me out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gore, you mentioned The Boy in the Heron. That's the title of the movie that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Because Robert Pattinson, you see that
Robert
trailer?
Pattinson.
I need to get to it, man. It looks. really
man,
good.
that makes me want to just go see it on its own. I don't need anything else.
I
That
haven't
voice is
seen
incredible.
any of that like studio. Like I've been meaning to for so many years. I've seen nothing.
Nothing.
I've seen nothing.
Darren, you're in for the greatest ride of your life, my friend. You're in for some crazy
I need
stories.
to just do it because I hear they're
phenomenal.
all perfect. Like I
Yeah,
need to just
they're
go
very
through
good.
them.
Same. I've not seen one. I'm not.
I don't know.
Oh, that's the album.
The album.
The album.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
No. Okay. Question is, what do I start with?
The first one, maybe.
I don't know.
Just go back.
My Neighbor Totoro is a good entry.
Yeah.
One. It's a great
Okay.
one. Great one.
I
That's
always
a-
hear
I
about
think
it,
I
man.
recommend that one. That was my first entry point in the studio.
Okay.
So I would try that one. Or is it Kiki's Delivery Service? Which one am I thinking about? Because that one's pretty sweet too.
Gore's gonna disown me now. I'm sorry. Oh, see, I heard about Spirited Away.
That one's
I
fire.
have too. I've
That
seen
one's
like
fire.
parts of it, but I haven't like sat down. And
They're on Max, I think.
Isn't Studio Ghibli did what was it? Earthsea, or what is it called? Tales of the Earthsea? Like they did that book adaptation or something. I think they did that. I think. Because I remember seeing it because Max has their own separate thing where it's just
they do. They do.
Yeah. Because I remember like that was a really popular book series. Also, yeah,
Ooh. Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah.
That's a goated one, 100%.
Oh,
If
it's
y'all,
for worse. Oh well. I don't know. I heard of
Christian Bale is phenomenal in Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh wow.
How many are there? Like
So many.
A lot,
There's
right?
so many.
This actually feels weird. Oh, I just saw something that it didn't click when WB and Paramount were going to merge, if they merge. I didn't think about this, but Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon will be merging.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I'm in
weird.
the same home.
These mergers scare me. They scare me big time. There's like it's kind of like a like it's cool to think about like the crossovers and stuff. But the moment you stop thinking about those and you think about the just logistics, it's like
Right.
I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. Kind of scary.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Just put the Ninja Turtles in the DCU. That's all I want. And just the brain rot will go pretty hard if I just see the Ninja Turtles show up.
I want Scooby Doo as well. I know that they already have Scooby Doo, but like I want like a live like James Gunn's crew come back. Like that'd be so much fun.
Oh, make like the Scooby Doo 3.
Yeah.
Or wait, they
Batman.
can show up in Daredevil Born Again and redo the origin story, but now have the Ninja Turtles be on the truck where you got the chemicals in his eye and stuff.
Matt gets hit by the ooze and makes him blind.
Right.
Yeah, they'll make that movie then.
What
shelve
if
it
the
with
ooze is
post-production.
actually the Green Goblin serum? It worked for the turtle, but not for humankind.
Get them ready.
Hey, I don't know if anybody feel this, but like, I know we're content creators, but I'm so sick and tired of us doing the work of these studios. What I mean by that is that, and I want to think about it, like, when you confuse us in terms of your logic in these movies, something's wrong. right?
Yeah.
As
You got a great point.
Thank you, because I'm the explainer. I'm the encyclopedia for my family, for my wife and my father, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you confuse me when I can't explain the multiverse incursions, an alternate dimension with Miss Marvel, now we got anomalies with Spider-Verse, then we got canon events and all these logical things where as a comic book fan, this wasn't this complicated. Like, and that's why I think people are so sick of the multiverse and stuff. And shout out to new rock stars, honestly, shout out to them. But y'all, new rock stars, y'all doing more work than Kevin Feige is right now. Like, like right now,
I'm a heavy spoilers guy myself.
Oh yeah, I love all of them.
I kind of
I love all of them. I watch your video on binge. I watch all of them. But that being said, it's like, yeah, we'll take the advantage of getting content and and all that stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, when we watch this movie, this plot's a lot simpler than we did. Than we made it out to be.
I kind of find it like funny that the spark of the multiverse happened with the Arrowverse because they were testing it with the audience.
Yeah.
And it clicked with the audience. So from there, like everyone wants to do it now.
Much as the CW shows, like they, people say they're better or worse, whatever. I watched Chainsaw Reacts, Arrow, Gotham, all the reactions when I was in high school, and all y'all. So yeah, and even though you can say whatever the quality of the shows, the multiverse made sense. So it made sense even then. Even all characters, Lucifer shows up and it's like, okay, I'm not confused. That makes sense.
Yeah,
then,
you want to bring budgets back into it and productions. That's significantly more difficult than what Disney and Warner Brothers
100%.
Are able to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is so much more difficult for the CW to pull any of that shit off, and they did it. I mean, they were wearing leather suits. Goddamn,
they had to balance like 4 or 5 different crews, and they're like, okay, how are we going to make all these storylines?
Like they took up a whole week of your TV schedule, and like
the 100 episode of Arrow was in space.
Doing like a crossover with all the other shows. They didn't even get their own episode.
The whole connectiveness of like the Arrowverse, as even though it was like choppy in some places, but the whole connectiveness was a testing ground for the DCU. So they have they have what it should look like. They could make it better with the DCU.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not like everyone's doing it, and I think Deadpool 3 is going to make a joke about the fact that everyone's doing multiverse. I mean, Invincible
100%.
is doing Invincible, the show, which great first season, and I'm enjoying season 2 so far with the first 4 episodes, but they're doing multiverse stuff. I'm like, you don't have to, guys.
Well, at least theirs is literally adapting the stories. Like that is. It's further along, I think. I don't think it's where, because they pick and choose how they want to do the narrative, but it's like I think it's from a little bit farther away in the books, but like at least that is like being adapted instead of like just using the concept.
And Angstrom, he's a multiverse traveling individual. So that's a little bit different.
But I get your point, though. It's another property with the multiverse in it.
It's just the timing of it is just like
I'm with you.
I don't think they're gonna do what if you guys read the comics and stuff like that, what's gonna happen. I don't think that war is gonna happen until season 3. I think what's gonna happen is that we slowly tease while we're dealing with other threats, because we still got the coalition of planets and all that stuff. Look, and I know exactly what they're gonna like. The second half, the story, where they're going with this. So I think it'll be a good emotional season for season 2, because they shot season 2 and 3 already. So they had to shoot it all at once to be like a cohesive type of narrative for the actors, as well as making the process of rolling this out. But I don't think they're gonna do the big climactic event until season 3. But if they do it in season 2, I think that is rushing, because that's a big characters die, big stuff happen. But like certain cameos, I think that they might do that if they have the coolness to do it. But
I don't know much about the Invincible comics. It's more my friend who knows, and every time we're watching the episode, I go, hey, "Have you read that part yet?" Like I that's what I do. That's what I'm like, hey, "Have you read that yet?" Or did they change that? But there's a certain Marvel character that Invincible crosses over with, and I'm like, Amazon suddenly now has the rights to that character. It's
Sony.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
and it's just like
Spider-Man.
That would be pretty sick.
I don't think it's happening.
I don't think it's gonna happen either.
No,
I mean,
at best they probably do is a shot of a web and then it's cut away, and you know what it is.
Being in our group, looking at all the details, like in that first Invincible season 2 teaser, Mark has the comic with him and Spider-Man on his phone. And I'm like, y'all animated that. Where's Josh Keaton at? Was he in the booth? Was he in there? Get him spectacular.
No, but he does cross over with a DC character as well.
No, it's just Chris Pratt. It's just Chris Pratt walks in the room and walks out.
He's in Star-Lord getup. Yeah.
Oh man.
The Fall of the 11th is making a point. Everything Everywhere All at Once did the multiverse story, right? I've not seen the movie, but I've heard it's phenomenal.
You haven't seen it?
Oh, man.
Dude.
Good.
It's
Here's
phenomenal.
the problem. I trying
Too
to cover
much. Too much.
Is it hard to cover everything everywhere all at once, Chainsaw? Is it difficult to do that?
Chainsaw, I will say, if you want the Everything Everywhere All at Once is now one of my favorite, films of all time. One of my favorite in the list because it came in a weird. I wasn't expecting this movie to be what it did. It came in a very specific time in my life, and honestly, like the fact that they're able to do these crazy concepts, but the biggest thing is adding the emotional weight through all this mayhem, which that's what Marvel was lacking. And to me, I don't see any other multiverse aside from Spider-Verse. But that has done the emotional weight that actually make these characters actually being invested in these characters, and especially when you're seeing alternate versions. But the base of the story is a relationship with a wife struggling relation with her husband and her daughter. That's it. Yeah. That's the base of it.
It feels like it feels redundant to be like, hey, this movie is emotional. It is relatable. Because that shouldn't that just be self-explanatory?
The main,
Like you kind of have to. That's how you've been able to get audiences' attention and retention for all these years. Is like you guys can kind of understand this to some degree, at least. And it doesn't, it depends on each movie, but it just feels like, man, how hard is it to just lose your way so fast like this?
Yeah,
like it's not. I don't want to say it's not hard. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm not that guy. Trust me, I can't make a movie. I can't.
Yeah.
But it just feels like, once again, we are the people who are saying this, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to. Yeah. I feel like I'm not a very intelligent person. I feel like someone else should have been able to figure this out who works in Hollywood a little bit faster than myself.
I think it's unfortunate because I think the multiverse is probably still my favorite sci-fi concept. I think it is so cool. And it's I think currently we're seeing proof that it can still be good. That movie came out and it was amazing. Spider-Verse is going on right now. It's amazing. I loved the old Arrowverse stuff. I'm currently watching for the first time Fringe, which is a really, really good show about the multiverse. That's the whole show. There's 5 seasons worth of it, I think. Yeah. I'm watching it for the first time. I was like, this was way above its time. If this would have come out now, it probably would have failed because everyone's doing it. But back in 2008, and it isn't about cameos. It's about these characters and what their alternate lives would be like, and what these two worlds at war with each other, and only one can live. Currently where I'm at, I don't know what happens later, but who can live and who can die, all that kind of stuff. And it's so interesting. And it proves to me as a concept, it's not a done concept. There's still more you can do with it. Just like time travel, just like any other concept in a movie. I just think we're getting so much all at once, and they're not doing them right. They're
everything everywhere all at once. So before we continue on, we do have someone for the very first time showing up on Council of Creators. Ryan is here. Welcome.
What's up?
Welcome. What's up, man? If we can tag team Ryan, I gotta leave. So nice to meet you, my friend.
Hey, nice
I'm sorry.
Hi,
I'd love to be on here sometime again with you guys, but I gotta go. But thank you for having me, guys. I hope I wasn't much of an asshole or anything, but you guys take care. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Ryan, we're gonna have to do something at some point, okay? Because I'm very sorry I had to leave.
It was good points you were making there. So yeah, next time.
I didn't just want to be that guy that's like, hey, bye. It's just like, next time, I got you because I gotta go.
Next time.
Bye, buddy. Very nice to meet you.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Who the fuck was that guy? I have no idea who that was. No idea. What's up, Ryan, man? What's up?
I'm rocking the Aquaman tonight because I'm not at the screener. So I'm really glad to be here with you guys. I mean, I wish I was seeing that movie, but I don't know. Did you guys get around to it yet?
I have. I just got out of theater.
Did you?
I just got out of theater and drove up here to I couldn't miss this live, but yeah, I just recently seen it.
Yeah, how'd you like it?
So now as a
I can take it if it's bad. I can.
No. As a film critic, you also got to be very careful because there's a thing called embargoes. That's review and social media embargo, and I just posted like my first like out of theater, not initial like review to say if I liked it or not. Then I had to take that down, but I can say safely, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Right. That's what I keep telling people. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's gonna fail. It's gonna this. It's that." Like, if you look, I clipped out from. I mean, it was bounding into comics, but at the time, it was the only thing I could find. But they were projecting the original Aquaman was kind of in the same ballpark, and then it went on to make $1 billion. I'm not expecting it to get there, but like,
I'm close.
You know, if it hits Japan or China for that matter, and they love it for the kaiju reasons, I mean, it could do at least enough to.
There's a certain character. There's a character they can cater to an Asian audience and stuff, which you see in the trailers. But they can, do that. But
it's enough to tread the water, but not like rise above it.
Exactly. I try to give it a leg. I try to give it 3 legs, but nah, he's like, no.
I can handle some water puns tonight.
I've been waiting for an Aquaman pun.
Did it make a splash? I don't know.
It's going to be a slam
When the
dunk.
tides turn, we'll see.
Yeah, I can say the temperature of this movie was lukewarm. I'll say. It wasn't fire. It was lukewarm. But yes.
I love this. I love it so much.
This is my crowd right now. I love it.
On my screen.
That's good to hear. At least you enjoyed it enough to walk out and say something remotely positive. Everyone
Of course.
was like,
I saw Rubber Moon yesterday.
"Oh yeah, I like that."
So again, not as bad as everybody else is making out to be.
Okay, good.
But there's problems. Long story short,
I've been nervous.
You should not make a second cut of your movie when you have ownership of it.
Amen to that.
Yeah, what's going on with that? I've been seeing these quotes all over the place that like it's a different movie from a different universe, and I'm like, what are they saying before this movie comes? Like, why are they saying this before this movie comes out? It's killing the interest.
Yeah, Zach was the one who said that. Zach was like, it's like an alternate reality. I'm like, how does that make sense? Yeah.
Because when you see this movie, there's great concepts, and listen, there's either the two bandwagons. Either you are a loyalist to Zack Snyder, anything, epicness, muscles, godness, epic, cape, flapping. Sorry. So yes, if you've seen any of those type of epicness stuff like Zack Snyder, yes, you're gonna love it. Yeah. But again, yes, it's being a part 1, but there's things where he's a great visionary, and there's one thing of actually writing a screenplay and dialogue with characters that build up their development throughout the movie. And even then, I've seen part 1 movies, and again, that's the part where was my biggest negative with it. But I thought I don't think I was bored watching this movie. Like,
it's at least better than Sucker Punch, right?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm a defender of Sucker Punch. It's really weird and it goes in all these places, but I enjoy that for what it is. I think it's better than Sucker Punch. The only thing I will say is, based on everything Snyder said, I didn't hear like other universe, like completely different movie, but I maybe out of context, I've been told that it feels like the difference between BVS versus, like the whatever it's called, the Unlimited or
Ultimate
Edition. And then some, like there's so much that they couldn't get around to that it expands it in the way that almost Justice League did from the Whedon version to the Zack Snyder's Justice League version. So I just was talking about this in one of my DMs with a whole group of people, but I really genuinely feel like we need to stop with these kind of director's cuts. Not that I'm against Snyder in any way, but like, I feel like it's a disservice to him when it comes review time, because these people are seeing like a really condensed version of his film. And unless there's a really good editor working on it, they're going to give a piss poor review. And then it's going to cause all this internet drama. And then we're going to be back in the same place we were with the Snyder Cut, where there's people championing for shit. And then, everyone's mad at each other. And then the final version comes out and everyone's like, oh, it's actually a pretty good movie. Yeah. Why didn't we get this in the first place?
Ryan, the best way I can... Oh, go ahead, man.
They were basically bullying Warner Brothers to release the Snyder Cut, which I think it's like you should be fans, but not to the extent where you're threatening them.
You're cultists.
Yeah, basically. And I feel like
to a degree, obviously, I understand, but like you guys know,
yeah.
Like I tried that
Basically-
line myself because I'm very like in that zone of like very much appreciative of him, but I wasn't like gonna go out to a picket line or make anyone feel bad because they had a difference of opinion about his work. Like, you know, if you don't like it, then you know there's a million other films. But then the people who are like, you know, starting fights online because someone felt differently than you, I just thought it was all superfluous. And like,
see, one thing I love about with Chainsaw and few other content creators and stuff, and especially also this conversation I'm getting, I'm a good judge of character, is that we have a passion for film, art, and media. And there's not, and as a person that does film journalism, like I do not want anything more but to see these creators win and succeed as much as they can. Especially in giving their credit where credit's due, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have as a content creators in this day and age, right? Because after 2017 is a case study of the shift in terms of fan base, period. Not just also politically, but also just with every type of category, DC, Star Wars, etc. Wokeness or whatever that might be.
I even argue the later half of 2016, to be honest. But yeah, I totally agree.
But you didn't see the effects till after Last Jedi.
That's true.
Yeah,
I agree.
But the thing what I'm saying with this film is that I want him to succeed. I want him to succeed, and you doing. I want to see directors definitely take some creative risks, and you try and make your own version of Star Wars. That is a big risk. So I applaud you for that, right? But as you said, with these types of edits and cuts, I'm watching this movie. There's like, you can definitely see this film should have been rated R, and it's going to be rated R, obviously. But my thing is, all right, if my job as a critic is to tell you, hey, this is what our first initial reactions, and then all of a sudden you see a 9% Rotten Tomatoes when I'm seeing an action scene that's great, but I'm like, this person's being impaled with a blade. I should see something. And even PG-13 can go far with this, but like you legit see edited versions of this where I'm like, okay, something's missing here. And I don't want to just say the excuse be like, oh, well, we're going to get it in the other cut. No, give it to me now.
No,
it's not about me being impatient. It's about I'm a customer. And, as content creators, we're the people saying, hey, is this the best product that you should see during the Christmas season? Yeah. And yet we have to be objective by giving our subjective opinion. And y'all know what I'm talking about. What I mean by that. So,
if you went to a restaurant and you paid for a meal and it was undercooked, you'd be ticked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same exact way with the movies.
I just feel about like movies like this when he has to cut it down. Like I see directors in two perspectives. I think there are some people who like see the full product and they want to put it out like that. And then there are others who you can cut out little pieces of it, push it all together, and it still works as a film. I can't think of specific examples, but I'm sure you guys can think of a movie that you loved. They're like, oh, they had a bigger version of it, but this works just like this. I don't think Snyder's movies work like that when you have to condense them. He sees it like this, and any deviation from that, you get underdeveloped characters, and plot lines don't necessarily match up like they're supposed to, and people can resonate with, or they can see that and can respond to it like that because they can see it too. Like, people aren't idiots, and if you try and give them a quarter or a half of a book, they're going to go, well, where's the rest of it? And I think that's what we're getting.
You look at Batman v Superman. They cut 30 minutes out and then move scenes around that ended, and it's like, I overall still like, I don't remember the theatrical version that much. I saw it once in theater, but I remember at the time going, oh, cool, awesome, Superman, Batman, oh, there's Wonder Woman, oh crap, oh, there's a version of Doomsday, cool, awesome, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But then the Ultimate Cut going, I know they couldn't release it in theaters, even though Endgame and Avatar, like, these movies prove you can put 3-hour movies out and they'll be successful, but it's not guaranteed.
Right.
But I wonder what a 3-hour version of BVS would have done versus the 2.5 recut. Maybe it would still have the same thing, but a lot of people who saw both versions recommend and suggest the 3-hour version because it's cohesive and it flows better.
Yeah. And I think the movie as a theatrical, looking back on it is a little weird, like not having Clark going and doing some of that investigating that he does. It helps kind of flesh the whole thing out. Or I think the end with like the planes going overhead and some of the funeral stuff, it gets flipped around in certain spots. So when I was watching BVS, as much as I loved it, I had watched it, I think, 6 or 7 times in the theaters. And then by the time I got to the 7th one, it was the Ultimate that they released. And then I'm looking at, I'm like, wait, I think that ending was different. And I couldn't remember what I had remembered from the theatrical. So yeah, there was something that stood out, not knowing specifically the details. But I genuinely feel like if he had released it in full, a lot of the backlash that it received, I mean, you would have got the Martha thing and all that came with it. You know, what are you going to do? But I think the critical reception would have been more positive, and I think public perception of that movie would be a lot better, because now it's just a lot of like quick jokes, and you know, whether it's the spear or the Martha stuff and any of that gets kind of joked about. I think a lot of that would be cut out of the broader conversation, because people would have been like, that was a good movie. And who knows what the DCEU would have looked like today if that had gone differently.
True.
Yeah. But like and you make very good points with that. And my thing that's like very frustrating is that, okay, you want to support a visionary and director, great.
Yeah.
You didn't support his own movie. We would not be in this situation if the previous films were not critically successful. Like we were not like, if we actually support Zack Snyder back in 2015, back in 2013, we would not be in this situation about talking about Snyder cuts and him being a controversial director in the fan base. And this is my thing. We want crap on the prequels, but yet get happy when Hayden Christensen show up in Ahsoka, which is great, reliving my childhood and stuff. But then at the same time, like, oh man, at the time, we basically blacklisted this dude for Hollywood for almost 10 years. So,
not me. That was before my time.
You know? So like, that's just my thing. It's like if you're very like aware of just terms of the atmosphere of the fan base, especially just look at your comments and stuff like this, right? It just atmosphere kind of shift also how hypocritical it can be, right? That's able to shift your standpoint as a content creator in order for you to actually give respect to actually these filmmakers taking these big risks. But hey, listen, if I like the film, I'm gonna support you. I'm not gonna support you 5-6 years later when you want to make a remake of that movie that I didn't support and back in 2016. You know, like that's fake loyalty. That's fake loyalty.
And if they like technically speaking, there's only 2 more projects within Zack Snyder's vision. So technically speaking, he only had to do like Justice League Part 2 and 3. That's it.
Yeah.
And they're all like wanting just 2 films.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Not that bad. If he got 2 films and dipped out and then had people like David Ayer mindset or James Wan go in and kind of keep relatively the same vision and just spread it throughout different various content, I mean, I'd be fine with that. I don't necessarily worship at the altar that the guy stands on, but if he had created a template, my belief is try and see it through, not try and jumble it up and try and make it more like Marvel when people aren't expecting that, because then it produces mixed results, and then we get to the place that we're at right now. Hopefully James comes in with a big vision and it's great, but I
also feel if we give the Steiners people, you know, like their 2 movies, they're going to want Zack Snyder to run the entire DCU, and it just never ends. And when do you stop the harassing of Warner Brothers? You need to like cut it at the tail.
So, cookie kind of thing, right?
He's back from his Christmas party. Dev, welcome back, man.
I have returned.
Hey man.
Returned back. I like that conversation back into Zack Snyder. Love it. Love it.
Where do you stand in DC right now?
The party was actually pretty good. You know, I wanted like the game thing that we play.
The game.
It was
what
like,
game?
Hold up.
What game?
Same poster.
Something wrong with that.
Snacks.
Hold on. Let's see what you got.
You got some
8 o'clock coffee.
8 o'clock coffee, black and tan would be a good gift for my mother because I don't drink coffee, unfortunately. I got this Bluetooth speaker that is a Budweiser.
That's hilarious.
And it goes hard. It goes hard. I can't lie. And then we did like a gift swap thing. Oh yeah, and I think a trolley thing, whatever those are, gummies. And then we got here some like chocolate orange.
Oh, those are good.
I've never tried it. I'm intrigued. And then another one. Just two different. This one's dark and the other one's original. And then, of course, some socks.
You gotta have those Christmas socks.
I kind of wanted him to be like DJ Khaled and just keep popping out those oranges like another one.
another
one.
When does
All
it
bag of
end?
oranges.
Dude, the DJ Khaled memes lately have been so good.
Life can be good, but it can be better.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
no.
You never know what you're gonna get.
And I made a mess. I spilt some of the coffee. Luckily, it's not a lot. But that's going to be a mess. That's okay. I'll deal with that later. You know, not my problem.
You can go wrong with socks if they're wet. I hate that. I hate.
Oh, obviously, yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Awful. It causes health concern.
I remember one time I was in Florida and my uncle. He has like this big house in Florida.
Wait, you were in Florida?
Yeah, I was in Florida at one point.
Which part?
No, years ago.
Which part?
Years ago.
Was it hell?
Around
Was it
Orlando. Orlando.
Yeah, hell.
Yeah. So he lives like near like a lake or whatever, and so I'm walking on the thing, and I misstep, and my whole entire foot goes in the water. And there's alligators in this water, by the way. So my whole foot goes in there. My sock is wet. My shoe is ruined. Thankfully, there's no alligator because alligator's like sitting out there near the dock at times. So I'm like, thank God there was no alligator there because I would have been dead. I probably would have been dead because my whole entire leg went in. Like, I'm surprised it didn't fall.
No.
That's terrifying.
And you know,
that's Florida for you. Though.
It's hilarious to hear stories about people coming to hell and back. Basically, I live in hell.
Well, it's funny too because the guy who basically got me away from my old Chainsaw Gears 12 name from way back then, he's from Florida, and I would have met him, but then he had the last minute thing, so I'm like, all right. But yeah, I haven't been there in a while. I don't know. My wife wants to go to Disney at some point, and I want to take her, but
that's a little more fun, but still hell.
Yeah, but I also need a job to kind of help with
that's the first start.
Oh yeah,
actually, that's what kind of took me a little while because all this week I've been getting some momentum with the whole getting back to work thing, and someone called me just a little bit ago and said, hey, we can bump you, because they told me 40,000 a year, which is nothing out in California, and then I could be bumped up closer to 60, and then some other stuff too that's like benefits and all that. But like, I was like, I'm kind of desperate to get back to work because this whole month has been nothing really for me, and I came off a job where I was making, I'll just say more, and was making this year a really great year, and then they do layoffs again, and then you're like, man, I just want to get back to work, you know?
Yeah.
So I got some better news, but I don't know if that's like desperation me that wants to get right back to it, or if I should wait out for something better. Sounds like you made a move recently too to not. Yeah. So what happened there?
Well, I accepted it because I was trying since early October to get a job, and then when my grandfather passed away, that kind of made me stop a little bit because I had to focus on that.
Yeah.
But I've been trying for months, and then all of a sudden I get a job offer for $12.50 an hour. I live in Michigan, so the cost of living is really low.
Yeah.
But it's a joke in terms of pay. I'm like, because KFC was like, we'll give you $11.50. I'm like, no.
Right.
So I accepted, but then I found out Monday after I talked to him last Friday. He's like, yeah, so that guy who interviewed you and everything and wanted you to work here, he got fired. They didn't say that, but he's no longer working here. I'm like,
yeah,
I know what that is.
No longer with the company, yeah.
Yeah, so I talked to him Friday, middle of the day. He's the one who sent the letter. His name's on the letter that I signed, and he's gone.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, so the new pharmacy guy, it was for a pharmacy tech training position to get licensed and everything.
Yeah.
And there's places that pay way more, but they were paying really low, even for training standards. And the new guy didn't have the decency to call me Monday and go, "Oh, there's a new guy starting a couple of days. I probably should call him when I get in to let him know what's going on." When I call him, he's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, Jordan, right?" I'm like, "Yeah," and like it was clear the miscommunication. And then he wasn't even there when I had to call yesterday. Say, "I'm not taking the job. I got other offers that pay way better."
Yeah,
and he wasn't even there. So I had to tell some girl that just working there, I'm like, "I'm sorry I have to drop this on you, but I'm not coming in Wednesday. I'm not doing it." Right. And she's like, "Yeah, I don't blame you. You got better offers." And it's been insane here the past 2 weeks. I'm like, 2 weeks. So it's actually been more problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than just the 2 days since he's been fired. Because that guy who was hiring me and everything, he was the guy running the pharmacy. He was the guy doing it. So I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's not right. I don't know what it is about these big businesses, and I've worked for enough over the years where the reason I dipped out, because I had been with the company for 8 years. I come from Wisconsin, but I worked a lot of the Chicagoland area, and then they offered me this one promotion where they're like, "You can go to Texas or you can go to California." Needless to say, I ended up where I did, and I love it out here for what it is, but you know, it was very enticing to see that I'm making 3 times more than what I was back in you know, I was in Naperville. I don't know if any of you know where that is, but you know, $16 an hour wasn't even cutting it back then. And now, like, I know that everything's more costly out here, but seeing that my check can go a little bit further, especially if I want to leave the state, like we're going to go to Arizona this weekend and my money's going to go a lot further out there. But out here, it's just kind of like a little bit above middle class. So it's hard to weigh it out, but I think you're probably making the right decision with what you did.
Did you actually say Napier?
Naperville.
Okay, I literally thought I was thinking Joker. I was like,
Naperville, where is that?
It was right over there. Yeah. By the way, 3W, I love your background there with all the Supergirl and Superman stuff going on there. It looks cool, man.
Love it. Yeah, my background's amazing too. You don't want to comment on the
it's so
so amazing.
It's got a woodsy feel. I dig it. It's cool.
An old cabin.
So,
yeah, it matches the beard. It matches the beard.
I think this is the 3rd time she has been on council. It's Katie. She's back once again. Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, Katie.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Hello. What's going on?
You ruined it. Oh, man, what happened?
I know. Sorry. Just kicked me out already. Sorry. I'm used to it. It's fine.
It's okay.
And I do have to say something to Kay. When you commented like right under my edit, by the way, they like literally YouTube like made it for kids. I'm like, what the heck?
Huh?
Like they automatically made it for kids because I don't know like why or how. It's just like I was like having comments, they're all nice and whatnot, and then next thing I know, YouTube pulls like their like the ownership card and goes, "It's for kids." I'm like, no, it's not. It's got Ava and Sarah.
It's super not.
That's not for kids.
What the heck?
And I'm like, it was like crazy. And apparently I was looking, doing some information, and apparently it was too colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah, if it has multiple colors. If it has multiple colors, it's made for kids, apparently.
Oh,
that's weird.
Oh, brother. I guess we got to upload in black and white now.
Adults can't have color.
I uploaded it on Shorts, and there's no problem. So.
Yeah, upload black and white. Just do what Godzilla -1 is doing. Just do it black and white. Just re-release it in black and white.
There you go. I'll do the Logan black and white release.
So, anyway, whoa! Did I just glitch out, or did it literally?
It was a glitch. Of
course, I did. I'm gonna say, I love the theme you have going on 3W.
I'm used to me glitching out, not you guys. Don't glitch out on me.
So do those,
Jordan was the only one that was still normal for me, and then everything else was like a loading thing, and I was like, oh. Okay.
Everyone's glitching currently for me.
So you mentioned the black and white re-release. Do those usually make a good chunk of money, or is it just more like for the fun of the art?
It's probably for the fun of the art. I'm guessing at this point. I don't know.
Collection guys get it, and probably just diehards.
Like Mad Max had that like black and chrome release or something like that. Did that go to theaters? I can't even remember.
I don't think
it was
so.
just a Blu-ray.
That was just a Blu-ray? Okay.
Logan just released it. Like I have it. I've never seen it in black and white, but I have the version of it. I just, I don't know.
Like the Snyder one for Justice League is good, but like I don't know that I need to see that in theaters. So I mean,
No.
I don't know if the studio can get any good chunk of money out of that, but those are always fun from an artistic sense.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you guys like Godzilla? I keep hearing good things.
It's
fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Right.
It's got Godzilla in it. In case
Oh, that must be it. Okay.
Spoilers, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, dude. I haven't seen it.
I had no
How
idea.
dare you?
Waiting for the
I'm waiting
next
for
one.
the +1 to happen, and then I'll watch it.
Yeah, you don't want to. Has anyone been enjoying? The Apple TV one, the MonsterVerse over there, Monarch. Yeah.
I've heard that's pretty good. My dad is like, you need to watch it. And it seems like it's one of those shows that's really good.
I'm one episode away from getting caught up, and I love how they're going from the past to the present. I mean, having I can't think of why am I blanking on his name? Kurt Russell and then his son Wyatt, like doing the back and forth. Some of those edits where they seamlessly transition from the past to the future is like just really well done, and it's got more humanity in it than some of the other like Japanese stuff that I've seen from Godzilla. That's where I get taken out of it. I can't do just kaiju on kaiju all day, even though I enjoyed King of the Monsters probably the most of those movies.
-1 has a good human story.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it does. Yeah.
-1 probably is the best human story, but we have to say bye to Jedi Mike. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah,
Man.
Wife is calling me right now. But to all you guys, I pray you guys have a safe holiday, and especially with jobs. I understand that it's a sticky situation right now. We're praying that you guys you guys will be getting situated with that. Chainsaw, thank you for bringing me on here. You can dream come true. Watching you for years. Guys, I hope to speak to you guys in the future. Thank you.
Yes.
The holiday.
Bye.
You're welcome to come back anytime, man. See ya.
Absolutely. All right, you take care.
See ya. Who was that? Did anyone know who that was?
Never met him.
No idea. No idea.
Jedi.
Where are we? Are we on YouTube right now? I don't even know where we're.
Yeah.
No,
we're on YouTube.
We're in a dumpster somewhere. That's what
Okay, it could be Twitch. No,
it's YouTube.
On everything these days.
It's YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
On my channel, the channel that's been around for too damn long is what I call it. And by the way, Daren, I was watching an old live stream years ago. I've seen your comments pop up on the live replay. I'm like, there's Daren. There's times where I'm like answering your questions, like if only I would have known that was the good.
I've been around for a while, man. I've been showing my face.
You running in the Speed Force. I don't know.
I guess so.
That's what you do, man. So how you doing, Katie? It's been a bit. It's been a schminute,
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you were playing Call of Duty, so you were like, I'm busy.
Listen, somebody already asked me to do something 20 minutes beforehand, so I'm not just gonna.
Yeah, my timing was a little off. I do apologize. Yeah.
Ladies, perfect.
Ladies.
I started the wheel again.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I finished the live action Spider-Man movies finally.
You did? Finally?
Oh,
nice.
I did.
Congrats.
For the first time? Or
for the first time.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Maguire to Holland?
Yeah.
All the way through.
No, listen, I started with this is bad because everybody listen. I have some bad I'm not gonna say bad because I think they're the best opinions, but I have some controversial opinions about some of the franchise. Hot takes, apparently some not so hot that I thought were really hot takes, but apparently not. But I just kind of ended up watching Andrew's first one on a whim. Then I was like, wait, I really loved that one. So then I just I went to I had an order in my head that made sense to me. So I went Andrew's first one, Tom's first one, and then back to Toby's first one.
Wow.
And then I did Amazing Spider-Man 2, and then I did Tom's second one, and then I did Toby's 2 and 3. And then I did. I did No Way Home.
You're just going out.
Whatever.
Sounds like machete order and stuff.
That's kind of fun. I kind of like that.
I love
This sounds like Star Wars, where it's like
just the machete order all over again.
4, 5, and 6, and 1, 2, and 3.
That's what I thought. So I need to say something that I think is not.
Be careful. Be careful.
Honestly, whatever. Like I don't care. I'm just gonna say because I think it's entertaining. Loved Andrews. Andrews are my favorite. Andrews my favorite Spider-Man by far. And then
valid.
Listen, I'm just gonna be real. I gotta be so real. I did end up going to like all of them, though, I will say.
Okay, that's not that.
Let me just say though. Let me just say something. Let me just say something really quick. I don't know what the problem was for me with Toby's second one, but I could not. I hated it.
Way too hot.
I hated it.
I
don't know.
Wow. I'm kind of with you. I always thought that like Aliens. I'm not the biggest fan of Aliens, and I loved the first one. What did you not like about it? I want to hear that first. So
I thought. Listen, people are gonna rip me to shreds for this. I'm just gonna say it anyway. I didn't think the acting was there. I'm gonna be so for real. I didn't think the acting was there. Okay. Ooh. I ended up zoning out. I don't know how many times when Aunt May was kidnapped. For like 3 minutes, I didn't even know it was her. I swear. Yeah. I was like, who's this lady they keep in? I was watching with Nathan, and he was like, that's literally May. And I was like, oh. Like I don't know what was going on. I just wasn't vibing with that whole thing at all.
I will say I'm kind of with you because he does a lot of those like B movie kind of shots and reactions to things like when he.
But that's Sam Raimi for you. Right. That's just
and for those who don't know him, they're just kind of like that was a choice, like when they
the people had that reaction to Doctor Strange.
True. There were like Pizza Papa. I was watching Multiverse of Madness, and Pizza Papa is just such a out of place part of that movie. He's funny, but it's just like so forced in that I'm sure it makes him and Bruce Campbell laugh hysterically. But I was just like, I don't know, just the constant punching in his face, just extra. So like,
I think the first view is fine, and then when you're just like, yeah.
And then they have deleted scenes where it goes on longer. I just watched those, and I'm like, oh boy.
I wasn't crazy about Toby's Spider-Man, but then I watched. He was like pretty in the third. I was like, okay. Yeah. I was like, first of all, I like him better as evil.
Third's great.
Oh, interesting.
But then,
I feel like you have the backwards opinion from most.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I thought his hair looked ridiculous.
In the third one?
Oh, it's great.
But then I watched No Way Home, and I was like, first of all, that ended up being my second favorite after Andrew's first one. And No Way Home was my second favorite. And then I was like, you know what?
I agree with that.
I get you now, Toby. I get you. I'm with it now. I get you.
What changed?
I have no clue. I don't know. I guess it took me a while just to get used to him. The first one I watched, I just thought the acting wasn't acting for me. I just don't know.
I mean, it was 2000. What year?
Yeah,
2002. Like that was the year of just that kind of movie.
Yeah.
Very different superhero films back then. Yeah. Has anyone in here seen the editor's cut of Spider-Man 3?
Once, but I don't really remember the changes. There's a sequence with him swinging in the black suit. I know that.
Yeah, so there is so more with the Sandman. Like there's a scene where like he becomes, and it's gonna sound weird out of context, but like he becomes a sandcastle or makes a sandcastle for his daughter,
right,
just so that he can have that closeness with her. And it really kind of continues that relationship. I'm not saying it's like leaps and bounds better, but I love the idea that before they tried to force in Venom, they were like, oh, we're gonna have this kind of real personal story about a father and his daughter that was going to be for Sandman, and part of that is there, but the rest of that footage that they had, they just pretty much scrapped it. So the editor's cut is different if you like what might have been kind of thing. So if you can find it, there's very rare versions of it. Like if you buy it on Vudu, you can get it probably for like $7, but yeah, there's not like a physical disc version of it out there. So it's kind of hard to find. Yeah.
There's something about Spider-Man 3 that's just, I get it's not great and there was a lot of studio interference.
It should be better.
Sam Raimi did what he could do, and I mean, for a big part, it's nostalgia. I would say there's a lot of nostalgia in every movie we watch as kids or whatever it may be. And man, even the dancing scene, even the Bully Maguire, like I love it. I love it.
When I was a kid, like I didn't know there was studio interference or
exactly.
I was just like, whoa, everything's everywhere. But now, like when I see it, I'm like, okay, I kind of get it, but I still
I get it, but you know,
the nostalgia, like you said.
Yeah, so, to what you were saying, like I kind of wish I didn't know some of the behind the scenes things. Like I could just put on like Hulk from 2003, or I could find out about that like Norton wasn't fired off of the, what was it, 2000, was it 2011 that they got rid of Norton?
2008.
Incredible Hulk? Yeah. Or 2009 or whatever it was. Like I didn't know about any of this kind of drama that happened with all these actors. I just put it on and be like, that was a cool movie. And I don't feel like we have the luxury of that innocence when we know what we know, you know? So it's unfortunate.
I feel like I have like an interesting, experience, and a lot of people have, because, people either, you grow up with Toby or you grow up with Andrew. I binged all of them during COVID. So I kind of had this like through line of like, I'm watching them all at once, so I can just pick whichever one I like best. And I do love Andrew. Like Andrew's
for the first time, or just like rewatch?
Yeah, the first time. Like I had seen like the MCU stuff, but like, that was my first time going through Andrew to Toby, to Andrew, to Tom. I got to kind of have this through line with them. And I think that's kind of cool. Like, I think that's cool because, again, like the first, like 2002 is when I was born. So like that should be my film. Like that should be my Spider-Man. But I know I just made everyone feel old. I'm so sorry. Really I'm so sorry.
I'm literally 2001, so it's okay. You're good.
You got me beat.
He's been waiting back for a few minutes. He's back again after being here last week. Kacinema is here. If I can actually invite him in. Hold on a second. My phone. I'm figuring this out. Sorry. Here we go. Kacinema.
Hey, everybody.
There you go.
Hey.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah.
Figuring out using the phone. It's still work in progress.
No worries. I would have come in earlier, but my family and I had a little early Christmas thing.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Did you get any gifts like Dev did at his party?
I got a couple of things. I got my first hot toy I ever got, Infinity Ultron.
Oh, let's see.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, I left it upstairs, and I really can't move it around right now. But well, it's also it seems like there's some issues with the light ups, so we might have to rebox it and return it or something. But I do have a couple of things. Got this. One of the
Transform.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, Funko of Optimus, and my brother got me this.
Wow.
The Invincible Compendiums. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's
cool.
Oh, Jesus, that's giant.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, look at this thing.
I mean, it's Robert Kirkman, so
you gotta get ready. Gotta get reading.
Yeah.
I'm sucker for an omnibus. Actually, over there, I've got X-Men, 3 different volumes of What If. Like, they're just, the hard part about them being so big like that is like you want to open it up and you're like holding it like this, and it's just, I don't know. It's
like holding a textbook.
Yeah, exactly. Like the biggest textbook you can think of, and you're like, okay, just keep trying to read it like that, and I don't know, it's not a comfortable read.
Before you even open it, you're overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's why I like the omnibuses that are like hardcover. Like I have the omnibus for the 10th anniversary of Blackest Night, which is over 1,600 pages.
Yeah.
I'm like, this has to be hardcover because this is too much.
Like I think these are pushing 900 right behind me, and like I think it's part of my like maybe collector's mindset. Like I don't want to ruin everything because I could really bend back the pages and flip through it, but I'm just trying to be all gentle with this heavy piece of material, and I'm like, I don't want to ruin it, so I'm just being all delicate, and that's probably part of it too.
As you should. You should be protective of it. I mean, you spent a lot of money on it, right? You spent, a decent amount of money on that stuff. You need to protect it.
This whole room, I don't even want to go into the price of it. Like it in a lot of ways, I'm just kind of like dainty with things, and I'm like, can't touch that, can't move that. Like comic books over there. Like it's just, if Amanda ever came in here and was just like, well, I felt like cleaning up, I probably would,
explode, like
blow off my top. Yeah, exactly. So,
before we get to, I think Zach said he has to head out.
I'm gonna have to hop off. But guys, this was really fun. It was great meeting everybody.
It's good meeting you.
Thank you for being here.
Awesome creators here. So yeah, it was an honor and a privilege to be a part of this. So thanks for having me, man.
You're always welcome. Always welcome.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Later. Goodbye.
Anybody know who that was? Anybody know? I don't know who people are. I don't know.
That was my
How does your stream get getting hacked?
Stop sharing the stream link, man.
I just random people just show up. I have no idea.
Stop posting it to
Put it
Reddit,
on your
Jordan.
public
Come on.
account.
I'm posting the link on Reddit. Anybody want to join?
That'd be such a mess.
No, I mean, I've done streams where I put it in the comments of the live stream, so
gosh.
anybody can join.
Brother.
Yeah.
Well, is there like a limit on how many can be here?
Yeah,
10.
It could be me and 9 other people. Me and 9. So I have to be like careful. The thing is, I've sent way more people than the link who were here. So if they all decided to start clicking in at a certain point, we would hit a limit where they can't even wait backstage. They have to, they basically can't get in. So I got nervous at one point. I'm like, I sent 5 people the link, and if all 5 decide to show up, we can't get them all in.
Yeah, I would have figured
let me get in
9
here
was
quick.
the limit with how this is formatted.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I didn't know how tonight was going to go because my internet was being all shitty, so I'm using my phone, but it's actually working pretty well. So
I didn't think for a phone. That's
Actually
good.
popping in
Yeah.
and out.
yeah,
You just freeze up all of a sudden.
yeah. Even though it feels like I'm having to yell or whatever to be heard because I don't have a mic. So
Am I the only one here using an Android? Like, are you guys all iPhone people?
yeah.
iPhone.
Well,
I'm on my laptop.
well, most people are on using their computers, but
Right, I
I'm
figured.
using a gaming PC.
A gaming PC.
I just got done watching the movie Blackberry just last night, and it's so
Ooh, Glenn Howerton.
yeah. He just got nominated for an award too.
He
so,
did. I think, yeah.
I mean, critical perception, as good as he is, there's a lot of his. It's always
His
Sunny
normal stuff. Yeah.
kind
You
of
see
mixing
that.
it. Like when he yells, there's not a different version of him yelling. It's him
You
like
just see
Golden God,
Dennis.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, the rest of it, the performances are fantastic. That story is not one I knew a great deal of. I just knew that at one point in 2010, I think it was, I had a BlackBerry for work, and then like the year later, they're like, nope, no more. We're moving over to iPhones. So seeing that whole thing is kind of interesting. So if you don't know the story, I definitely go check that out.
Nice.
Every time I hear about BlackBerry, I just think about how 50 Shades was apparently written on a BlackBerry.
Really, I didn't know that.
That's insane. That does sound familiar now. Yeah.
It makes sense.
It wasn't originally like Twilight fan fiction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
Yeah,
I mean, let's be honest. Who hasn't written Twilight fan fiction?
Well, have you guys ever watched Cinema Therapy? The YouTube series?
He's real good.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
they're
they had
real
a joke. They had a bunch of videos on the movies, and at one point they were like, they made a joke about like Edward, Bella, and Jacob as like just a throuple. And
Yeah.
one of them goes, "Hey, you think we could turn that into a 50 Shades of Grey and make millions? I mean, we could, but it would cost us our souls. Yeah, but millions. But souls.
But millions.
Millions.
They
but
need to start
souls.
making like parody movies and do that stuff.
Oh, go back.
Because I missed the old early 2000s
Oh my gosh,
parody
the
movies.
starving games, please.
Oh my gosh, the epic movie. I mean, they're horrible.
Ooh.
Like that was bad, but like
was it called Superhero Movie with Drake Bell as like a
yes,
yeah,
I
like-
love
Yeah.
that movie. I watched that as a kid. It is so bad. I cannot believe I watched that as a kid. I rewatched it a while back. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I think because they try to almost take full scenes like the Thanksgiving dinner scene at the table and parody that. I think that's why that one works a little bit better because I'm like,
it reminds you're like, oh, Spider-Man, but with this dude.
Yeah, but if you've got like a movie where it's like Wolverine comes out and he's got spoon for claws, it's like,
yeah,
I can't. You know,
well, you have Professor X showing up in there, played by what's his name? Oh, my
was it Tracy Morgan?
It was Tracy Morgan, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
basically, if Wolverine actually had utensils as claws, it would be kind of funny to see a spoon, a knife, and a fork.
Just do a fork.
I'm all in there.
Yeah, make them forks.
The forks, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's even better.
Now I'm just picturing him like cutting a steak, like.
and the knife is the middle finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't cut anything properly.
Did you guys get around to talking about the Wolverine?
It'd be a butter knife.
Yeah, we talked about it for a little bit.
So I don't know if it's been repeated, but I'm just curious. What do you? Oh, there you go.
Did someone mention my game?
Ghost? But with that, there have been people from like it might be with us Insomniac or related to them in some capacity in the industry that are like, if you post anything about this, you are a thief and you're a criminal or whatever. I'm like, I'm just kind of like reporting what's going on out there. I'm just me sharing it. I think is actually like you can work that positively as like a promotion.
Yeah.
For the game itself. Like honestly, up until this news had dropped, it was almost dead on arrival in terms of my mind because I had not heard anything about it. I think there might have been something at the Game Awards, which I unfortunately didn't get around to watching, but like hearing this kind of stuff, now it's in the conversation and it makes me actually more excited to see this game. There was like a Wolverine walking on some like high wire or something and doing the stealth thing.
Yeah, I saw a gameplay thing earlier today.
It looked a little Batman Arkham-ish, but that's okay because he's had stealth missions before. So seeing that makes me actually a little bit more excited. And everyone is acting like, oh, it's theft or it's like, I get that.
It is. Because it's stolen by hackers. And I think the problem is there are people that are reporting it, like you said, like they're reporting on what's going on out there and how this is really bad for the gaming industry. But there's also people just outright trying to spoil stuff for people that are trying to avoid it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, plus there was people's personal information in there.
That's
what bugs me. And I think, what just bugs me personally is like I've been seeing a lot of creators treating this like a Comic-Con, being like, all this news just dropped, guys, we gotta talk about it. It's like, no, it wasn't just dropped, it was hacked and people's lives are affected.
This wasn't supposed to be shown until like probably a year from now.
Yeah, and like I know leaks happen a lot, and we often talk about it a lot, but I just feel like this is such a different situation as well. How many lives were affected by it? I don't like all these people's like information are out there, and I don't want to be like, but guys, this game looks really cool. Like, no,
dude, it looks so good, man.
I don't know.
Like I'm of the Deadpool mindset of it, where it's like, okay, now it's out there, it's in the conversation, so at least let's give some commentary to it. Like, I think this looks cool. Let's wait and see the final product. But like, at least now there's some stuff on the horizon, and leave it at that. Any of like the extortion part of it and the terrible ways that they treated the company just so that they could leak out the information. I forgot how many millions of dollars they were asking to get. It was extortion, and I don't.
Yeah.
How much?
I think it was like 10 million, but it's basically blackmail, and basically like they were never going to pay it regardless of they were never going to. And I think what this is going to do is I think Insomniac is probably going to course correct some things. Like, I don't know if it doesn't mean they're going to completely change their plans, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take
overhauled.
Let's we can stick with it. We can stick with the plan, but maybe we do something else, or maybe we attempt another. I don't know what the deals are with what they.
Because I think they have to go through with it regardless. Because my understanding from the records and the things that got released was they're on a contract to release that game, and like there's Venom, and then there's X-Men stuff, and I forgot there might be another one mixed in there too. But like they're going to have to release it. So why not at least put the most positive spin on it? That way, those guys who are extorting them can't win. You can go, you know what? This is still a beta version, but if you like what you're seeing already, there's going to be even more of this stuff. Wait till you see the final product. Like, spin it.
The way it looks now, it's like, okay, yeah, they're clearly still building it, but it's going to be crazy. Because Spider-Man 2, I mean, you look at like the actual like look of that game. This game is still 2 years out. Like, it's going to be insane what it does, and
there's still people judging it already based off of just.
How can you judge a pre-alpha, like even before alpha? Like this thing,
it's like getting mad at set photos that leak for a movie.
Yeah.
Literally, it's
and that was the whole thing about Ryan Reynolds putting out fake leaks because like people were intentionally spoiling shit. And it's like,
and it did get annoying. Like I was tired of seeing like every other day, like, oh, new set photo, and I'm like, I don't want to see this, please.
I would have seen it in a theater,
yeah. Like the shock would be, but no.
And even I was trying, because obviously I want to put that out there in a sense of like, okay, I see it's already coming out and people are going to discuss it. But I was even trying to do those, like, I forget what it's called on Twitter, but like you can like put a warning where it just kind of blurs it, and then if you really want to see it, then you click the image. Do it like that, because there's going to be people who really want to just see the thing before the final product, and I'll give that to them. But like, I don't want someone to be scrolling down and be like, oh, so and so is this spoiler, and then it ruins everything for them too, because it's a fine line, because some people just like one camp and other people just want to go in the other direction. So I get it, but I think there's just a way that you do these things so that the internet doesn't win. Like if someone's trying to bully you, don't let them bully you back, because if Insomniac, for example, if they just go on the defensive the whole time, all it's going to look like is, they're like, oh, it's going to be better. It's going to be better. And don't hate on our game. They're probably going to be like, well, I mean, if they're acting like this now, what are they going to be saying in 2 years when it releases? Is it going to be more of the same? I think if they come out with a like very positive, like, we're just getting started, wait till you see the final product.
I agree.
It could be in their favor, but I don't know. But I hope it turns out good, because I like what I'm seeing. Like I said, I had no real, like, I remember the last Wolverine game was really good. The one it's like 2006.
X-Men Origins.
Was it Origins? Oh man,
It's bad, but the game is good.
Yeah, where you can do like the giant leap and everything. It was
the game. Yeah, that game was sick. Oh yeah.
And didn't they have all the actors in it too?
I don't think so.
I think Hugh Jackman was in it.
I think so. I think he did the voice. I think.
Yeah, I think like the woman who played I can't remember the love interest in that one. I think her. I think Will.I.am was in it. And I think Sabretooth was in that. So Leah Schreiber. So I mean, it had some star power in it, but I mean, the game itself, the mechanics were really good. I mean, I just hope that nothing bad happens with this game as a result of this. I don't want it to. I don't know if you go back to, I think it's like 2010 or 11. They were going to release a game for the Flash, and you can see somewhere on YouTube or whatever, like the beta version of him like running through the streets, and it looks like it had potential, but then for whatever reason they scrapped the thing, and I just don't want to see these things get tarnished just because someone leaks a game out,
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of games that have had that, like Star Wars 1313. That could have been huge at one point.
It'll be speaking of like the Flash game, it would be kind of cool to see like if we could have a game where you have the running aspect of what a normal person will see, and then when you do special moves, it slows it down to where it shows you flash time.
That would be cool.
There's a lot of cool stuff. Obviously, the Rogues Gallery. There's so many cool villains you can do.
So I just pulled it up. The video game had Hugh Jackman, Liev Schreiber, and Will.I.am.
Okay, nice.
Although ironically, Steve Bloom was the voice of Wade Wilson.
Oh.
Hey, we love Steve Bloom around here. So
Ryan, he's just so out for Wolverine. That's just surprising.
I'm sure Ryan Reynolds at that point was like, nope, just keep me out of this thing. I mean, he did end up voicing.
He did that Green Lantern video game.
The Green Lantern. I honestly stand by it. It's not like the greatest game in the world, but it plays kind of like God of War with its mechanics. And at that time, I was all about God of War, so
that's kind of how the Wolverine game was as well. It
Yeah.
kind of had that feel.
Yeah.
Has anybody played the God of War kind of copycat Dante's Inferno? Did anybody?
Oh yeah, my dad played that. That game was interesting.
I wish they'd re-release it. It's so good.
It was good. It was really creepy too.
And they set
I
it up
mean,
for-
that was when I was a kid, but it was still
They
really.
set it up for a sequel. It never happened. I was like,
Yeah,
well,
they dropped a movie too, and I think I bought it a couple years back. It's kind of like the cinematic mode from that game, like expanded upon, and it's really good. I'd recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it or played the game for that matter.
Yeah,
I wish I would.
I'm gonna take this point of silence to hop out of here. I gotta go to bed, unfortunately. But again, thank you. It's so nice meeting so many new faces this week. It's a lot of fun meeting all of y'all.
I'm glad you found out there.
Yeah,
of course.
man.
I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. I can't believe it's like this week already. That's insane to me.
Good
But yeah, I know it's insane. But I hope you all have a great weekend, and I'll see y'all later. Bye bye.
Yeah, love your hat.
Bye.
Oh, thank you. Bye bye.
Who
the fuck was that?
Who was that guy?
Dude, manage your stream.
As one exits, one enters. Finally, the one, the only
Gore.
movie Gore.
Oh.
Yes.
And he got his own.
And
he got his. Can we see the Gore action figure of yourself?
Oh, I didn't buy that shit.
Ew.
No, I was at a Five Below earlier, and they had the Gore from what the fuck, Thor.
Love and Thunder.
Yeah.
Love and Thunder.
Yes, Sadness and Anger.
I saw it, but you should have bought it.
Yeah.
They had Demon Slayer figures.
It had your name on it. It was literally.
They misspelled it though. They put another R in there. So, what's up? How you doing?
Well, I'm glad you're finally here. Jesus.
Yeah. I was trolling around.
I know, but I sent you the link like what, over 30 minutes ago? No, over 40 minutes.
What time doesn't matter when you're grooving, bro. Yeah.
It's relatable. It's relatable.
Yeah, see.
Well,
Anyway, I was like organizing stuff, I had you guys in the background. I wasn't paying attention. I'm here now, though. What do you want to talk about? Huh? You want to talk about some? I heard you talk about Dante's Inferno. That's a good game.
Yeah.
The Devil's Dick is like straight up swinging. When you're fighting him at the end, you fight our Lord Satan at the end, and his dick is swinging. It's not a joke. You fight him, and it's giant and swinging.
I mean, it wasn't the first thing that came to mind, but now that you mentioned,
I could bring up. There's other horrible looking things in that game. I could bring them up, but that's probably one of my favorite. That's like if you go on the tier list of like awful things in that game, that's probably number one.
Yeah,
it was a game.
2006 or whatever, or maybe 2008 or whatever when it came out. Like, much younger me was very surprised at the amount of nudity and all the excess they got away with in that game.
Hell, baby.
It's a lot. I mean, they went there for sure.
Yeah, it's just like the poem. Read the poem. Everything that happens in there, it's exactly the same.
Holy shit!
Now basically.
Yeah, the poem read like a God of War game. So,
yeah, it really did.
Yeah, it's classic.
So you mentioned Funko Pops just a minute ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but we passed by a box lunch on our way back home, and there is this awesome. I don't know if you can see right here, but this is Sauron.
Oh, wow.
That's sick.
That it's at box lunch and it fucking glows in the dark. The details are insane on this.
Wow.
And I've been really trying to cut back on my Funko because, as you can see, it's all around me. But there are just certain examples where, like ones like that, if I wasn't tight on funds, I would absolutely be getting that. Do you guys have like massive collections?
I spend way too much money on Funko Pops.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna see.
I haven't bought any
There it is.
in a while.
To tell you the truth, I didn't notice that you had Funko because your camera is like high.
Oh yeah, no, it's
I got one right here.
Marvel, and then it's DC on this side, and then there's a whole
that's not
closet and another room. It's just a lot.
Not to go into specifics. I'm trying to remember which ones they were, but there's a store that's like 20-ish minutes down the road now. And when we were here visiting last year, I think I spent almost $400 on Funko Pops.
What?
Because he had ones that I wanted back.
Consumer over here.
Well, you know.
How much do those go for? Like per.
I mean,
it varies.
It all depends on like the rarity and like the demand of them. For
I think this one was like 13.
Oh, sick.
When I was looking it up on my list, but
there you go, Flash. There you go.
I think my first collection of Funko will be the entire Smallville like.
Of course it will.
Oh, there you go.
I think
They're like over $300. They're expensive.
Yeah.
I think I only have two. I have a Wonder Woman one, like a deluxe, like GameStop exclusive Wonder Woman one, and then I have a Power Ranger, the movie that came out, that movie 2017.
Oh, not the. I know. Yeah.
The one that starts off with a
underrated movie.
Yeah, it was
I
fun.
agree.
It immediately starts off with a joke about like jerking off a cow. I was like, what?
It's not a bad movie.
That was a really awkward start. I was like, what?
I did like how it ended with the bitch slap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was good. That was pretty good.
I love that movie.
I was Power Ranger one of Lord Draken.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting movies in the years of like 2016 through 18.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of hits, a lot of misses.
Yeah.
Like there always is, but man,
Gods of Egypt. It's one of my
Gods
favorites.
of Egypt, the Great Wall.
Gods of Egypt is
with-
one of my favorites. It's
the Great Wall
so
with
bad.
Matt Damon.
The
Great Wall. Yeah, that's a good
movie.
double feature right there.
Despite
that one.
You won't lose your mind laughing. Go watch both of those two.
This might sound weird, but like movies like Gods of Egypt, I always look at them and they're like, that seems like they're useful for fan editors, like fan trailers or
Yeah,
something.
sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
other than that,
The trailer
Just
looks
the
like
way
something
it
a fan
looks.
would edit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
too
like, I think
shiny and like
it feels like an anime premise. Almost.
Yeah, I think like
the Greek gods, except they're like they have super awesome armor.
Yeah, the way
like
they're flying and
Luthor a
fighting.
while ago did.
Yeah,
They got
that was
Stargate reboot trailer with that stuff.
Thanks, Gore, for getting that song stuck in my head with
Which
the
song?
Shiny from Moana.
Oh,
That's a good song.
I forgot about that song.
Shiny. It's a good
I
song.
thought it would last this entire year without thinking of it.
Hey, get ready for the live action remake.
about to say.
Oh
yeah,
my
get ready
goodness.
for that, and also get ready for what was the crab's name? I don't even remember. He's gonna look horrifying.
Oh
Sure, in live
yeah.
action.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's just like you don't need to do it. You really.
They're gonna do it. Oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, they will. That's.
Oh,
Did you
I'll
hear about
watch
the,
it.
the hierarchy of power is changing?
Oh yeah, I heard that. Dwayne the Rock Johnson told me that.
Dwayne the Rock
Thomas
Johnson
More.
announcing Pakistan versus what was it, Iran or whatever in soccer. It was just like, oh my goodness.
I remember when he leaked that Osama bin Laden was killed on Twitter. He's just like, I got some news, guys. Oh man, I'm so happy about you. You don't know this? He went on Twitter
I saw this.
like 2
I
hours
remember
before
that.
they announced it or something like that. Hours before, he's like, I can't say what, but I just got news, man. I'm so proud of my country. And then like 3 hours later, they announced that they say Osama bin Laden.
What
I was like, how the hell? Who the fuck did The Rock? Who does he know?
If you look at him now,
watching that
no.
he's
pay-per-view.
working well with him.
I was watching the pay-per-view when John Cena announced it.
Yeah,
Why?
Extreme Rules. At Extreme
Really
Rules, and it
weird.
was so dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, The
We
Rock's talked
have-
about running for president, so
Yeah.
America.
Yeah, that'll. We're
Yeah,
gonna
look up
start-
articles. There was articles about like how the hell did The Rock know?
He was just at like the Pentagon the other day.
this is the first time.
Yeah.
You rock bottom.
Obama like texted him, "Hey man, I gotta tell you something really cool."
Yo,
Like,
this shit's wild, bro.
They probably texted The Rock
Yeah,
and like,
guess who we got? You got 5 guesses. Get it right, I'll tell you. Osama, shit, you got it on one.
Oh, that's too good.
That's funny.
Good job.
Rock, what a
Black Adam.
guy! What a guy!
I bet
Well,
Vin
that's
Diesel
done.
didn't get texted info like that.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
still
that's
waiting.
all.
He's
done.
probably is just chilling with his family, most likely.
Yeah, the DCU is now done. It's over.
It's
Come back.
officially done.
Put it in a grave. Thanks, The Rock.
the,
You
with
see-
the rock ball, yeah,
Yeah.
the rock ball.
You know what?
Single-handedly ruined Zachary
The
Levi's
Avalanche.
Well, I just found this out after I just like a few days ago, I ended up accidentally watching Shazam, both Shazam movies.
The second one? Oh, both of them?
I really liked them actually. Like I was very surprised. I put them off for so long because I like just the concept of it. I was like, this seems really cringy. Some adult guy is gonna play like a child. I'm like, this seems really but then like I actually watched it and I was like, oh, I think they actually like did that like really well. Like I wasn't embarrassed or whatever. And then Nathan was like, yeah, they're not gonna go forward with any of this. And I was just like,
yeah. Well, of the recent DC flops, that one's the most confusing to me because you'd think that one would have had goodwill with the first one because like that one got such good reviews and it didn't make a ton of money, but you'd think it would have.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons I'm still mad at Gunn. Like I don't think that announcement should have come out until after Aquaman was done. Like you could have waited till this year. There's still plenty of time to make this new Superman movie, and this all could have been relatively hush hush, or they could have just said, "Hey, we're gonna make another Superman movie and not talk about the new universe." But they could have waited till after Aquaman was done because I bet the reception to these movies this year would have been a lot better.
Well,
I think just telling people you don't have to care about these anymore. We got a new thing coming up.
Well, maybe, but at the same time, how much of the general public actually watches things like the thing he put out? Like they're only gonna know about the reboot from like when Superman Legacy's trailer comes out.
Yeah, I got some people kind of in the normal sphere of things texting me like, is Flash the greatest movie of all time? I heard that James Gunn is like really talking to, like that sort of thing, or that other people are saying it's the greatest movie of all time. I'm like, I don't think it's going to be, but I think I'm excited about it. So, I was kind of like tentatively hyping it up, but I could tell that it wasn't going to be as great as James Gunn saying it's the best movie of all time. So it was just, I don't know. I think his messaging up until now, I mean, he did come into this whole mess, and I guess in some respects he's trying to course correct it. But then, like, if you can say that about that movie for what it was, like, why aren't you promoting Aquaman more heavily? I just don't really understand where he's going with this. I don't know if like he got to Blue Beetle and he just went, why promote it at this point?
Well, Blue Beetle's in there during the strikes.
Well, yeah, and then Blue Beetle may or may not, depending on
it was like not clear.
Yeah, it was like it's the first movie in the DCU, but it's not. But then he stated,
yeah, they're like he'll continue, but the movie maybe.
Yeah, and then
The
he was like,
movie's so
but
nothing
Superman
anyway,
is the first movie in the universe. It's like I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why
Commandos is technically the first project.
Yeah, like just come right out and say either you're in or you're out. Like if our starting point is here, just come right out and say it. Don't tread water and go like, well, if this one does okay, like as much as I want Jason Momoa as Aquaman, like I heard that if this one does well, he could be slotted into the DCU. I want to see more of that character, but like if you put him into this new world, it's just going to confuse the broader audience. They're going to go, I thought we started from the beginning. So is that connected to this? And there's going to be a lot of that crap. And as much as I hate to see the DCEU go for all of its highs and lows, just let the new thing be the new thing. Who was it before that was on and left, was saying stuff about like kind of catering to the Snyderverse of things. Like if that thing exists, let it be its own thing. Don't let it cross over into this DCU. Just do whatever James Gunn's vision is. I don't want to see Peacemaker come over because people are going to connect it to the past. I don't want to see even Amanda Waller show up. I want it to just be its own new thing.
I love Peacemaker.
Which I have a feeling it's going to cross over. I'm pretty sure. At least Peacemaker in that whole thing.
That would be very strange.
Basically, I think James Gunn did say that there is going to be like a shift. You're going to see like a story of him merging into the DCU instead of like, I think that's what he said. Not entirely like 100%.
He said he's merging it into the new DCU.
Yeah, but like there's going to be
maybe
like
he'll play it like just like a Deadpool scenario, and he's just going to break the fourth wall.
I just did that would be so awkward for Peacemaker as a character.
It really would. It really would. But
yeah,
like if they had a crisis style event that it was like whether it was Snyder or who the hell ever, like that set it up like, oh yeah, after this. I mean, you could argue that the Flash kind of did that. But then you've got all these movies that are after the fact, and some are in and some are not, and it's like, dude, just create that starting point and just go forward from there. Because I just think the broader public is gonna, like, they're already tired of superhero movies in the broad sense as it is. Like, we're seeing diminishing returns at the box office, and part of that is, at least from my perspective, is Marvel not getting to the point of their movies. Like, you can kind of say that Kang was it, but now Kang is out, and then DC just kind of being like, we're trying this, we're trying that, and then, oh, there's a new thing on the horizon, and people are just like, I can't follow this anymore. Like, just give them something that they can latch onto and then go forward. I just don't think they're doing that right now in either company, and it's kind of ruining the hype that we all used to have for all these movies. But
yeah, I think Phase 4 for me, it felt like a testing area where they're doing like new things, and they found out, and this was the whole like DC Plus stuff. They just found out that doesn't work. so they're trying to recover from that with Phase 5, and they're like stumbling. They're like, going like trying to get on their feet. And I think by the time Deadpool 3 comes out, they're going to figure it out. I hope so. Because like, I think that's when we're going to see like more like
a complete vision.
Yeah, the complete vision.
Like with Phase 4 and just everything that we've had post, in game, it's like Loki. That's the one thing that most of the audience can agree on. That's pretty good, at least.
Yeah.
No Way Home, it has its different things, but there's never been like a full vision. It's like they're just like, oh, here's this. Let's try this out.
Yeah, they basically sprinkled the multiverse throughout.
That's pretty much
basically that. It wasn't. They should have, if they want, before the whole King thing, they should have sprinkled Kang through Phase 4 all the way through Phase 5.
Yeah, more
making him more menacing.
That would have been really unfortunate. Like if they did that, and then oh, Kang's gone. Like, wow, that was years. Well, this is the thing. Like, all right, you could have just recast them. So if it's true that they're just ditching Kang altogether, that just makes me assume there is no plan for him yet.
They're just going to start over practically, or fill him in with like Doctor Doom or whoever.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's they have no idea what they were even going to do in Kang Dynasty.
I think their mistake was putting him in Ant-Man because they basically said that he can get beaten by an ant.
Yeah, he gets beat by a bunch of ants, and then he gets beat by Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'm like,
it was a goofy movie. It really was. Yeah. And they need to go back to more grounded stories.
I thought it was like more I liked it for the visualness of it. Like it was unique. I was curious to see what the quantum realm was. So we dived more into that.
Yeah,
but overall story, no.
I honestly think if you just recast and say there's like a superior Kang, he's got the blue face mask or whatever, he's off in the distance. It's like
that's the way.
Whatever. Yeah, like whether it's like they already showed like Rama Tut and that kind of stuff in that end credit with all the Kangs. But like if you do say that there's like the definitive one.
I loved that scene. That was a great scene.
Oh yeah, with the whole arena.
Oh, the Council of Kangs is just it was great. Hilarious. That was the best part of the movie.
Yeah. What would you say?
It was the one time I laughed in the entire movie.
Exactly.
What would you say if actually the real King is like playing with the imposter Kings? Like he's not actually the imposter. Like all the Kings that we saw are imposters, to where the other one's just having fun and looking at him, and then when he snaps his finger, they all die. And he's the actual real King.
More snapping fingers, and people die.
Snapping fingers.
Well, like poor Thanos.
It's like that one guy we keep shitting on and everything.
As long as you establish some sort of hierarchy, because if those are, the Council of Kings are all at right around the level of the one that we saw get, kicked into I forgot what it was, the portal or whatever in Ant-Man and get sucked in. Like as long as there's someone who's above that you feel like there's this moment that could culminate with the multiverse saga where like he could just open up a bunch of portals and have his version of like kind of like Endgame where all the heroes came out, but instead it would just be a fleet of Kangs against a bunch of our heroes or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing I want to see from this character, but I don't know if they have that sort of mindset. And I really hope that they don't just go, forget it. We're gonna move on to Dr. Doom.
They even have
and here's my issue.
They even have like a little loophole that they can do, because if you look at Loki season 2, they introduced a gator who's technically Loki. They also have Sylvie, who's a female, different face of Loki. So there's a variant that could look totally different.
Exactly.
And that would be the real King.
And here's my issue with the idea of just going to Dr. Doom. In full disclosure, I don't know for sure that this would happen, but you'd be introducing you'd be introducing Doom super late in this saga, and then most likely killing him off at the end of Secret Wars.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to see Doom until after we got at least a proper Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem right. I mean, I know he's had his square offs with Iron Man and whoever else, but like, it feels proper to introduce him at least in or on the back end of a Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah, because you can't. Well, even if you introduce, sorry.
Oh, speaking of the Fantastic Four movie that's coming out, I kind of want a sprinkle of Spider-Man just to break into the tower, just to test their security, just to test their security system.
Everything, yeah.
And be like, we need your help. And it was like, how do you break in? That was $1 million.
Wait, hold on. I'm not caught up with whatever the heck the rumors are. I just found out about this like ground. I don't know if you guys talked about this already. That ground civil war thing.
Yeah.
That was about Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, they're describing as street level civil war supposedly. There's going to be like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage and.
I mean, listen, I'm not mad at the characters that I saw might be involved, but like. Why? Like why?
Wasn't the Civil War movie already ground Civil War?
Yeah,
that's practical. Yeah,
no, because Wanda.
I think they made street level characters.
Yeah, like Wanda.
Yeah, like a Luke Cage kind of thing or whatever. Like those kind of.
Why are we having?
I mean, half the people fighting were just like, "Come on, motherfucker, let's go."
Right.
It's like, we had one flying guy in Vision. I guess Iron Man.
Pulling punches.
Everyone that thought was going to die.
What happened with Kang? What's going on here? The guy got fired, or
the guy got
convicted of
naughty
assault.
Wasn't great with the ladies. Yeah.
Basically, he was too strong about putting her in the car.
Yeah, there was footage of him like trying to get his like ex-girlfriend away from him or something like that, and he was like
because she was pounding on him.
Yeah, and he was being too rough.
So
and
the question, obviously,
and then something else
is: are they even going to continue with? Are they even going to continue with Kang, or if they are going to just scrap it because it's not really working with the audience like Thanos was? In terms of the Spider-Man stuff, the problem with the idea of bringing a bunch of heroes in, no one knows him anymore. Like, so how are they going to incorporate them? Like, are they just are they going after Spider-Man because they don't know his identity and they think he's a villain now? Because like they really didn't explain.
They know Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, I think they know him as Spider-Man.
Well, just Spider-Man.
They know him as Spider-Man, but they don't know.
Because Doctor Strange even talks about.
They know him as Spider-Man, but they do not know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Right. There really was a dual identity now.
Yeah, so there was a lot of questions. So maybe if this is true about bringing a bunch of heroes into the mix. Maybe they're going after him because maybe something happens in the opening of the movie and they need to know who he is or something, and then that causes all these problems where maybe heroes are trying to protect him from others that are trying to expose him because they want to know who he is. Because we don't know exactly the parameters of the fact that now they don't none of the Avengers or heroes know that that's Peter Parker, and the fact that no one remembers him. So we don't know the ramifications because, of course, since No Way Home, there's been nothing with Peter. Nothing.
And they still have that symbiote, just that little.
Yeah.
If they even go forward with that.
Speaking of the whole mind wipe of the entire world about the identity, I still think Daredevil doesn't need to know because he only hears the voice. So he'd be like walking on the street and Peter Parker bumps into him and goes, "I'm sorry, man, Spider-Man."
Wait, what if the storyline is the symbiote gets onto Peter and he starts going dark because that's what happened. He becomes symbiote, and maybe that's where the heroes step in. Maybe that's why heroes are. Because
Kate Bishop and all.
because he's becoming Venom, basically,
Yeah.
and they stop him because he's actually ended up hurting people like more than he should, and fighting other heroes. Maybe Jessica Jones shows up hypothetically during something going on, and then he starts attacking her because the symbiote's trying to protect itself, and then doesn't know that this is a hero, so she has to fight back. So maybe that's how they bring these other characters in. This guy,
the Punisher shows up.
Yeah,
I'd be kind of down for that.
Well, side note, I hope for me, if it were up to me, for one thing, I would have the black suit last more than one movie.
Well,
yeah. But the other thing is like, I'd love if he just for the next movie he just suddenly has it, and there's like nothing explain. But it's at some point someone's like, so, "Wait, when did you get a black suit?" And he's like,
I don't know.
When did we?
Like, because his mind is completely warped with the symbiote.
Yeah.
Just inject the whole
Didn't
movie.
even realize.
Tom is just being fucking Toby in Spider-Man 3 the whole time.
Yeah. I also hope if they do, I hope they do what they did in Spectacular Spider-Man, where like it starts out like just a black and white version of his suit, but it's slow, but the webbing starts going away and the spider gets bigger as it starts to corrupt him.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be perfect.
I'd rather have all that than Flash get it, because that just I don't know if I would enjoy that.
I bet they may introduce Eddie in the whenever the symbiote gets introduced, they'll introduce their version of Eddie. I would think.
Yeah.
Probably not Tom Hardy, probably just somebody else.
Yeah, probably.
It'll be let's say Michael Cera.
Topher. It's Topher.
Yeah, it's Topher Gray. Yeah,
bring him back.
I like being bad. Makes me happy.
I like being bad.
They bring him back so they can like just play it right or something.
Get somebody that's scrawnier, just whatever. And isn't Eddie Brock supposed to be like a muscle bound freaking like?
Eddie is Timothy Chalamet. That's
there you go.
No. He's supposed to be Harry
Wonka
Osborn.
verse expands.
Did you guys hear about the Ryan Gosling rumor?
Oh yeah, it's Kang.
Yeah, that's
that's all that. You know, he's coming back as Black Panther.
Well, yeah, that Ryan Gosling thing threw me off because didn't he turn down playing Joker in Suicide Squad because he didn't want to be attached to a franchise?
That was the wrong choice, man.
Ryan
a legendary role like that.
Ryan was rumored to replace Ben Affleck at one point. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of rumors, but
all the rumors.
Going back to Phase 4 though, like I just wanted those pieces because it's a lot of seed planting throughout that entire thing, whether it's the quantum bands with Kamala, sorry, and then I mean, even at the end of the Marvels, we've got Photon over dealing with Beast and everything over there. All these pieces are in all these different places. Like where is Shang-Chi right now? Like what are these characters doing? If you give them to us, I want to see sequels, if anything. I don't want to keep pushing people into further corners of the universe. I want them to kind of centralize in a way that makes it feel like we're going somewhere,
I think they should have had a Avengers movie at the end of 4 so that that story kind of all comes together, and then have 5 and then 6.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the problem with the first 3 phases compared to now. Like you had a certain amount of characters, but it flowed. Right, you got sequels, you got continuation. You don't have to wait too long for a character to show up. Now it's like they're introducing too many characters. They don't have enough slots to give you a Shang-Chi 2 faster. They don't have the capacity to do it. That's the problem. They're bringing in too many new characters.
Yeah. And what they could do is like make the shows be like the stuff for the solo characters and build them up, and then have the movies plus some others be like your big team up or big just plot wise within
they're trying to do that, aren't they?
I think they are going to start with Echo
with Echo, which I'm excited for that. That
looks good.
Looks good.
I think you also have to remember that I think part of the reason we got so many such an abundant amount of these shows is because of Bob Chapek, screwing with things when he took over, and now he's out. So hopefully. So like these things will be addressed. We're just it's gonna take some time before we see the
well, you also have to remember too. I think the pandemic was also part of the problem.
There was that halted a lot of stuff.
But we saw the beginning of this before, as I call him, Bob Paycheck came in because
I do as well.
That's good. I never heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that, and I've heard Bob Chapek, which also that as well.
Yeah, because Phase 4 was introduced in 2019 at Comic-Con, So they already had this Disney Plus lineup idea. So the changes were already starting. And I think even if the pandemic never happened, I think it would still be a problem for people. Probably not as bad because all of it wouldn't be rushed out as fast as it did at first. But the problem is that it's too much extra stuff to watch. Like we're seeing the ramifications now because the Marvels underperformed. A lot of people, like there's people that just didn't watch Miss Marvel. There's people that did, but a lot of people didn't. And people, they watched WandaVision. It was the first MCU show, but then eventually it got to the point where there's too much stuff to watch. And the fact is too, they're just going to wait for the Marvels to go to streaming. So that's why it didn't work. Guardians 3 was only successful because I think you've been waiting for
established.
Right. You knew those characters and you were following through.
And James Gunn was brought back. It was this big ordeal. So it was a full circle thing to finally get it done. But then you look at, say, upcoming Captain America 4. I don't think that's going to do well. I just don't have the faith because I just don't know if the audiences are really going to like go and see the movie because who saw Falcon Winter Soldier? Yeah, some people did, but not everybody. Like you have to watch that movie to understand the next step.
The only thing that I recall people really talking about with Falcon and Winter Soldier was the moment where we just talked about him, Wyatt Russell as
U.S. agent
does that murder scene, and like that got people talking for a bit.
It was a great scene. It was maybe one of the best
show's
scenes
really
in
like
Phase 4. It was like real. You're like, oh my goodness, like holy. And I like how grounded that show was. I do, and I like especially with a lot of those early shows, they seemed like they had a vision. They knew what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Then switch to like Secret Invasion, where you kind of have high expectations because of the comics, and then it just falls flat on its face.
Exactly. And then like with Secret Invasion, like I enjoyed following it along, even though it was kind of a drudge. And then at the end, even though again I get what they were doing, it's like okay, so now you've got much like Eternals, this thing at the very end, and like, what do we do with either I can't remember her name right off the bat, but she gets all the powers.
Kaya.
Yeah, Emilia Clarke's character. So she's got all these powers and she's like nearly indestructible and she's just out there and no one's talking about it. Or you've got the Celestial that's halfway sticking out of the earth.
Sticking out of the earth. No one ever talked about.
Nobody.
Yeah, there's rumors that's going to come back soon. But...
Yeah, and Captain America 4.
Can't wait until it gets forgotten about right after it comes back.
Well, in the case of Miss Marvel, you also have to remember that they, for some reason, decided to air that alongside after Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan was around, and then they aired
Obi-Wan was still airing when it came out.
Yeah, it still had like 2-3 episodes left. And,
it was Miss Marvel started like halfway through the season or something.
And it was on the same day too, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So it was like for reactors, it was like, man, we just continue more shows. Yay, more work. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just like, good lord.
With the shows, it got into a point where you could predict that it's going to be one season because they cut off like one season. And I'm like, if you're going to have a big break, you need another season to like give us, more of a, like time with the character before
a good sample size to actually give like
basically
a good informed opinion.
In 6 episodes, 5 episodes, 8 episodes,
36 minutes.
Yeah.
And the fluctuation of time. The fluctuation of time. That's an entire movie. Just if you're going to do like that, just like condense it into a movie because it's wasteful.
Well, that's one of the things I think was Bob Chapek's doing, because I think if it were under Bob Iger when they started doing that, it would have been as is needed for each show. Like, hey, we think we need 7 or 8, or this we need 6. This one we need 10. It would be they get as many as each needed.
Glad Daredevil's getting what, 18? Is it?
Daredevil's getting 18.
I'm so down.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's like, do that right. They're doing Andor right on the Star Wars end.
Yeah.
And
don't be shy. Give Miss Marvel season 2 a
I love Miss Marvel.
It was a great show. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I kind of wish, like, artistically in the first episode,
so cool.
that they continued with that kind of artistic style. which I'm it was still good either way, but I wished there was like a lot of those cool moments with the drawings and the background and the animation.
Was it only in the first episode? I could have sworn it was throughout.
No,
they might have had it. They might have
had
had it sprinkled out a little through, but
it was like every other scene.
Yeah, maybe.
What's funny is I think that she actually embodied the role. Like she was born for that role.
She's born for the role. She's born to be a part
was
of
like
the
Marvel. She was an actual Captain Marvel fan.
She's great.
Have you guys seen that interview with Iman Vellani? She was talking about her drama teacher also taught Hayden Christensen.
Really?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like she said like my teacher is really excited because he trained Miss Marvel and Darth Vader.
When she was talking about a scene where she's in space, everyone's seen the Marvels, haven't they? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, there. So basically, there's a scene where she was talking to an interview with about like in a scene with Samuel Jackson where she has to bump him, right? Apparently Samuel Jackson was like, "Oh, that's a great idea. Bump me harder." And she goes, "Okay, bump." And then he was like, "No, you motherfucking bump me."
Great. Bro, right before that, I think she said she high-fived him, and then she felt great about it. And then as soon as it cut, he was like, "They're never gonna use that take."
And she was like, "Well, he didn't actually say those exact words, but that's what I heard when you grabbed my arm."
Yeah.
So while the
He didn't
headphones
actually curse at me, but that's what it felt like. I was like, "Gosh, I
I
love
was
her."
actually going to say while the headphones are off, just 2 more seconds. With the end, I want to actually give some credit to the Marvels because for the first time, I would say that movie, especially with not the photon scene, but the Young Avengers setup that we got in that, like that's the kind of thing where I'm like, okay, maybe we're going somewhere. I'm like, I'm all for that, even if that was as to what 3W Edit said before, like the idea that maybe at the end of Phase 4 we had got some sort of build up for even a Young Avengers movie that tides us over. You're like, oh, we're gonna have a smaller scale thing going on right here, but the multiverse is still a thing that we got to deal with in the horizon. Like at least we got something like that because now the quantum bands not only have a name but they have a bit of a purpose. I don't know why they haven't done anything with Shang-Chi in that regard because there's still a little bit of that going on because that homing beacon that's coming off the band.
Yeah.
And where that goes, but like the idea that the Marvels is like, hey, you know what? That thing is done. We're moving towards this direction. We've got a little bit of an Avengers thing going on right here. Let's talk about that. But when is that going to come up? When do we get the next continuation of that? Is that going to happen?
10 years, dude. 10 years.
5. Yeah. Avengers 5.
I feel like with the X-Men versus Avengers,
disappointing.
With the X-Men versus Avengers, like hypothetical movie, I would have. I think it needs to be built up. I think that should be like Phase 7 through the next.
I've been Phase 7. Good lord!
I've been saying when you do
dead.
after Secret Wars is done because that's the multiverse saga 4 through 6.
Yeah,
7 through 9 needs to be the mutant saga.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Full force.
And then it ends like with the Avengers versus X-Men.
or Avengers Age of Apocalypse.
Oh,
you got Oscar Isaac back. He can play Moon Knight and
that would go hard.
Do not get my hopes up because I want that so bad. I want Avengers versus Apocalypse.
Have you ever played X-Men Legends 2?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Both Legends games are great. I love them.
Yeah, that's the Apocalypse one. That's why I brought that up.
Also, by the way, we are wrapping
they're
up.
both great.
We're wrapping up in a few minutes. Just like
okay.
No, we're not.
No, we're not, Jordan.
No, we're not. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
On that note, I wanted to ask you, like, if you were given the chance to do the X-Men as part of like one of the phases, do you still incorporate, I don't know, maybe some Daredevil or Fantastic Four along with all of that as you're going along, so it doesn't feel like sacrificing some Marvel, or do you just go X-Men?
No. You bring forth like the X-Men, like have the mutant saga, like basically make it to where because the rumor is Secret Wars after it's done, they're doing a kind of soft reboot with like a new Iron Man. So they're keeping some old, some new, kind of what the DCU is doing, which they shouldn't be doing. So that's fine because the Marvel has proven that they have a lot more track record to do this.
Yeah.
So you bring the mutants in, and they are a focal point, but of course you don't just focus on mutants. Like you bring forth the new Iron Man, you bring forth the new, whoever else, whatever, and then you have the mutants in Fantastic Four, and then you're building up slowly Avengers versus X-Men. You're building that up over time, and you have those conflicts. Maybe Avengers 7, whatever, in Phase 7, 8, or whatever, is not that versus movie, but that will set up the actual confrontation.
I always thought it was cool if we have one side is mutates and one side is mutants, which will you can see them parallel to each other and then they meet.
There you go.
Yeah, I think what they mean by soft reboot is that they'll rebuild it and most of the MCU will still be there, but the X-Men will have been there the whole time.
Yeah, we're already starting that with Miss Marvel's and Mutant and Namor. Yeah, and I did get spoiled on the post-credit scene for the Marvel, so I know that.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. They won't ever bring it up again.
I don't know the context. I was like, oh, blue guy, shit.
There is none.
That's
Avatar.
When it used to be practical effects, and now it's CG.
Oh, it's CG.
Yeah. Basically, if you think about it, Fantastic Four is a mutate, not a mutant, because they
mutate it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have the thing without something. The one thing I always thought would be kind of a cool thing to do is you make X-Men kind of event films because there's so many characters, right? You do First Class and you make a big thing out of that, even though I know we already had kind of an X-Men First Class, but a really well done, the original group. And then from there, to expand upon the characters and what's going on, X-Mansion and beyond, put that as the streaming TV series. And then when it gets to those bigger events, we've fleshed out Gambit and Rogue and everyone else. Hell, you could even do something with Sunspot for all I care. But you get to the point where there's, an apocalypse style threat, and then you make that the movie. But
X-Men Apocalypse.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the rumor at the moment is that the first villain will be Mr. Sinister.
Right.
That makes
That'd be great.
That's what they were kind of going to do with the Fox universe before they got bought out.
Close.
They were right there.
They had those vials, man, and then it was.
I remember that.
Every MCU movie has
so confusing.
Yeah, every MCU movie now just makes fun of the villain or whoever's names. So you can only assume when Mr. Sinister shows up, every joke is gonna go.
I think it'd be really
I wonder
interesting.
if he's the bad guy.
Once we start bringing forth the mutants and X-Men, I think it'd be awesome as a Disney Plus, the Brotherhood, Magneto's Brotherhood, and maybe just because I don't know about Wolverine being heavily focused on the MCU since they've done that so much on the Fox side, but you bring in the Canadian hero Alpha Flight, that team, bring forth them somewhere in this, because I feel like that'd be a great. Because who wouldn't want to see fucking a Sasquatch as a hero in the MCU? That's the craziest ever,
Yeah,
what if they did the X-Men evolution story kind of like that with Logan instead of what we got in Fox?
Yeah,
could. Yeah,
would that be interesting?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody loved Ted and Werewolf by Night, so.
When you said Ted, I thought you meant the stuffed animal.
I thought you were about to mention the Peacock series.
Hell yeah, bro.
They brought in Man-Thing and Werewolf by Night. Are we ever see them again?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I was really hoping we get another Halloween special.
Will we ever see Kevin Bacon again after the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special?
Kevin Bacon.
Will we see him?
Well, I mean, there's a reference to him in the credit scene for Guardians 3. Because on the newspaper that Peter's grandpa is reading, it says Kevin Bacon abducted by aliens. Kevin Bacon tells all or something.
Awesome.
That's funny.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, if there's a way that they can make the whole X-Men thing work, I would love if they put Wolverine over with Alpha Flight, because then you have another way to make a marquee character like Wolverine make something else that feels secondary kind of popular. You can do them as their own thing, and then you give a chance for Cyclops to actually have a moment where he's not kind of a crying bitch, so to speak, like he was in the third one. I hate to do that because I love Cyclops and he's such a good character, but if you keep doing what Fox was doing to him, it's it's never going to resonate with an audience.
I've been wanting to see Gambit in live action for a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Who was? Oh, who was the front runner?
Channing Tatum.
It was Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum was gonna play him, but Taylor
I remember
Kitsch
seeing
played
like
him in,
fan art back in
Prison
like
Origins.
2011, 12, even before
Would
that.
love to hear him
He
with
was
Cajun accent.
photographed with the Fantastic Four and X-Men at Comic-Con, like at like this big thing. He's gonna be Gambit. Like, no.
Hell yeah, can't wait for that.
I mean,
well, he talked about like that was heartbreaking for him because that was a passion project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Cajun accent.
And hey, say what you want about X-Men Origins. I thought Taylor Kitsch was great as Gambit.
I like them all right. I mean,
I mean that movie's hilarious. So yeah,
it's
Will I Am trying to act is always funny. So
honestly, I'm always gonna
they were
have a
doing
soft
people
spot
think to us,
for
Logan. I'm like, what the fuck?
The voice is just, it's insane.
Will I Am is the best
They
actor.
did
really is.
incorporate Howard
He's
the
amazing.
Duck from like back into like a like solo movie again as a kind of like a full circle moment because he was the first feature film. So yeah,
Get George Lucas
I
back.
think that they sprinkled him in Guardians of the
That's
Galaxy.
what'll get him to come back.
Yeah, it's like I would do Star Wars, but I really want to do Howard the Duck. Gotta make it right.
Gotta make it right.
Gotta make it right. I just bought that in 4K, by the way.
And it's also really funny before like Disney bought Star Wars Lucasfilms. Basically,
did they?
Howard the Duck is co-produced by Lucasfilms.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Hey.
right.
Yeah, well,
George
someone
Lucas
said-
like a
Since we're so close, we're gonna pull the Snyder Cut. We're
5
gonna-
hours.
There you go.
4.
Right.
You want to
Whatever.
kill us?
Well, I saw something a while ago that said that basically Howard the Duck flopping is how we ended up with Pixar.
Yeah, because
Really?
Well, he couldn't fly, so he was going to fly.
flopped.
Okay.
Oh my god.
That's enough.
Pretty good.
Twitter is apparently down right now. Elon Musk.
That joke was so bad, the entirety of Twitter just went down.
Yeah, I opened it up and it's just nothing is alive.
Yeah, look at that.
Like the last tweet that's loading for me was 36 minutes ago.
Oh boy.
No, I can't see cringe on Twitter.
I can't get mad at random hot takes anymore.
I can't see Snyder people lose their mind.
Oh. See, I'm a Chicago Bears fan, so I'm on that side
It
of
says
Twitter.
welcome to X, and I've
and
been
it
here
is
for ages.
Toxic.
Oh yeah, look at this. It's like just flashing this.
Huh.
It says welcome
Like I
to
said,
Elon
it
Musk
was
finally
like going
turned it
away.
off.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you're right there.
I clicked on
Elon lost his mind.
I clicked on Welcome to X. It says no results for Welcome to X, but it's trending.
Interesting.
He's changing the name again. That's why. What's
Yeah.
gonna be now?
He saw me promoting the show, and he's like,
That's
"Nope."
paradoxical.
But honestly, like I was asking before, I know we were all really talking there, but like, do we ever think we're going to see Star Fox and Pip? Like, are these guys ever going to come back? Like,
from Eternal.
Oh,
yeah, because I just
from
got
Nintendo. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was what you were talking about for a second too.
Yeah, no, his name is Star Fox, which really confused me.
I knew
the game Star Fox. I mean, that-
Olivia Wilde's boyfriend. What's his name?
Harry
Oh,
Styles.
Harry Styles.
Harry Styles, yeah.
Yeah, he's the reason
Apparently
why
they're
they
going
would
in
come
one
back.
direction.
Oh,
I knew he was gonna say that too. Right when he started talking, I knew he was gonna make a one
Brothers
direction.
back up.
they're going in a direction.
I know there's an Eternals 2 slated that they haven't announced yet, but
Yeah, I don't
but I
think
think
they even announced
Pat
it.
and Oswald
Yeah,
had
yeah,
mentioned like, oh yeah, like they signed me on for Eternals 2 or something in an interview, and everyone was like,
That's the
Yeah,
sign
yeah.
of quality. You got
That-
Pat
that-
Oswalt.
Yeah, Pat was like, yeah, I think Eternals too, but then he's like, then again, I don't know. I'm like, then why'd you say the Eternals too? Like, yeah, like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah. Or like the fact that apparently we're going to get a Thor 5, which in theory, I'm like, yeah, let's get one that kind of makes us forget about Love and Thunder. Which
I love Love and Thunder.
I loved Gore and any of like the black and white. But like the humor is so bad, and Taika doesn't seem to give a shit about superheroes from his latest comments. So that movie, it's just weird to me. It exists on its own in a lot of ways. But then what's her name? Natalie Portman says she'd be back to play more, and I don't know unless it's in the multiverse how she'd come back.
I loved all the Jane stuff.
Probably Secret Wars. Probably they'll bring her back.
Multiverse.
They're gonna bring every single
from Valhalla. Like she's
multiverse.
I think someone said like in the comics she comes back as a Valkyrie or something.
She probably will.
She's in the new God of War.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they bring that version in, it'll be a Valkyrie or whatever. But I'm pretty sure Secret Wars will probably have a variant of her show up.
Katie, did you like her in that role? I feel like she hasn't got a lot to say. So, what do you think, Katie?
In the
welcome.
the Eternals.
No, I'm talking about Mighty Thor with Natalie
Oh,
Portman.
sorry, I was in my
Thor is
emails
not
for
a
half a
name
second. I did not see that movie yet, so I
not a
heard
good
it's
sign on hitting the
interesting.
female part.
I know.
I
heard
don't know why I just thought about this, but you watched all the live action Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
I watch all the MCU live actions.
Are you going to watch the Spider-Verse movies?
Yeah.
You have to
yes,
see
that
those.
is the plan. Yeah, I heard
Those
they're
are better
phenomenal.
than anything that's released in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch
I heard
Spider-Man
they're
Turn
really
Off the Dark?
Oh no.
And then after
That'll be
that,
hard.
you watch all these Spider-Man fan films. That's
Yeah,
Spider-Man
like
Lotus,
You
man.
gotta watch Lotus, where Spider-Man cries to a sick kid about his bad life for 40 minutes.
And it's
Oh my
dark as hell
God.
for half the time.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Christ.
some choices.
When I heard that was what the movie was about, I was like, I need to watch this, man. This sounds embarrassing. It's
just peak, absolutely peak.
I mean, it's totally off, but like they made it look pretty good for a fan film.
Right.
That's the one bit of praise
You
I
could
would
say on the technical side, sure.
Yeah.
Anybody see
Just
those
horrible publicity and just all the shit?
Oh
that
yeah, and then the behind the scenes, yeah, none of that. But
anybody watch those Friday the 13th fan films? Does anybody?
No.
I didn't even know
There's
it was a
really
concept.
good ones called Never Hike in the.
Oh,
one's
I
called
heard-
Never Hike Alone and Never Hike in the Snow.
Dead Meat covered it. I
Yeah,
think.
Dead Meat covered it. Those cost like I think like Lotus cost like what 100,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
I think I want to say those Friday the 13th ones cost way less than that. Look way better. Like they're filmed very well, and they even got like one of the main guys from a previous Friday the 13th movie to come back.
Oh really?
So yeah.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
So
As long as it's not Corey Feldman, I've had enough of Corey
no.
Feldman.
No, he's too busy pretending to be Michael Jackson somewhere. So
I know, like he showed up at what, like Lollapalooza, and just pretty much got booed off the stage by the
our boy is insane.
yeah.
He's hiding on a box somewhere and never come
Right.
out.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Like I'm all for more Friday the 13th, and then they're going to do that prequel series over on Peacock or whatever, which still thing in motion there. But like, I want to see more Nightmare on Elm Street. Like I mean, I want them to do it right. Even though I got very close to the production of the reboot back when I was still in the Chicagoland area, like I still want to see someone like really respect the material and do it right, even if it is a TV style series like they did with Hannibal, like something that really makes it feel fresh and new, but also respects that material. And I don't know if we're ever going to get any more Nightmare on Elm Street, and that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
It is. One thing I heard was like on that kind of end was like Swamp Thing was like excellent, and then
It
just
is.
like I haven't watched
Yeah,
it.
they
for
canceled it
amazing.
before it even fully aired, right?
It was
They canceled after the
phenomenal.
first episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It was
need to
phenomenal.
watch it because I love Crystal Reed. Like I love Teen Wolf, and she was my girl in it. But I heard it's like really kind of like
It's
not
very
gory, but like it's
gory.
scary.
It's a
I'm
little
like,
dark
I
and
don't
a
know if I watch it.
Yeah.
It's dark from where.
She's great in Gotham as well. She plays
yeah.
I don't want to spoil it. They have to reveal who she is, but she's good in that too.
Yeah,
I've
really.
seen clips of her in
But-
that. Yeah, that looked really good.
Looking
When you
back,
say
I'm
that-
amazed that Gotham lasted as long as it did, frankly, because it really went the distance for something that could have been like 2 seasons and then
Mhm.
A
Speaking
network
of-
TV show on what was on Fox?
Basic-
Yeah, and it's just like,
Basically, Smallville was technically supposed to be Gotham about Batman before he became Batman, and then obviously CW was like, well, WB was like, nope, and they came up with Smallville. But speaking of Gotham, I really like the Joker. It made me think, like when I watched Gotham, it made me honestly think about replacing Heath Ledger at the top.
I mean, Cameron is
And that's hard.
Which did you like better, Jerome or like the brother, or both of them just as a whole?
I like Jeremy, the first one.
Yeah, Jerome was the first one, and then it was Jeremiah.
Flubbing.
I only heard like you were chopping, so I was like,
no, but it's Jeremiah. I think he's because he represents what I want as Joker in terms of like, there's many versions you can go with, but I think that was the greatest interpretation they could have went in terms of like not trying to copy the first one, So
I like Jeremiah, but like the way that they put him in, like him being more serious, but still kind of cackling.
Yeah,
like, it works. But like I like Jerome a little bit better just because it was more of that, like that unhinged, like what's the one? It's before he totally becomes Joker, but like there's that it's an insane asylum scene, and he's building up kind of like his gallery of henchmen or whatever, and there's that heavyset guy, and they're playing Russian roulette in there, and he just puts it up to his head, and he's like,
oh yeah, I remember that.
Like, that's fucking Joker right there. This guy is gonna go the distance.
I think Jeremiah would have worked better if he actually was up against Batman versus pre-Batman, like we saw. I know that later on he, the vat of chemicals, then he becomes the crazy older one. But I think that before that, I think that Jeremiah, that Joker, would have worked better with Batman starting out. I think that'd be great, but we never got that, unfortunately.
And I also had
oh, go ahead.
I also had like when watching, I saw people like complain about the fact that they didn't see Batman or whatnot. Yeah. I'm like, it's from Jim Gordon's perspective. Yeah. You don't see Batman unless he wants you to see him.
Yeah, this is very much on like the PD street level of it, and I totally agree with that. The thing that I really wish is that WB hadn't interfered with those little touches. Like he can't wear the purple and green, so they did like a dark blue and then like a red or something like that he had to wear instead of the classic colors, and like he couldn't have the green hair, so they made him kind of bald at the last scene or whatever. I don't want to spoil too much, honestly, but like there's all those little touches that could have made it like the definitive version, and they just went in and said, well, just make it a little different because it's not the movies or it's not this or that. And I think that's really what hurt Gotham from being an excellent series, because there's a lot of great moments in that show. But it is what it is.
I think in terms of format, if for a successful, comic book show or movie, I think TV is the way to go. Obviously, you can have movies for your big moments, but like I just feel like for fleshing out characters, just have multiple seasons, have awesome just arcs for characters, and you could do a lot more than like a movie 2.5 3 hours. Maybe you can do a lot in 3 hours, but 2 hours, give me like 12 episodes in a season. I'm in.
Right. Yeah, just don't run it into the ground like the CW did. Oh, let's do 24 episodes and do it for 8 seasons long. And then like, what story can we tell at this point?
Like The Walking Dead. That's how I feel.
We almost technically got a Batman. We got the face of him, Thomas Elliott, but we didn't fully get Batman. And also, I had to point out, the fact that he was also an Arrow, so he was playing a different character while also being Bruce Wayne.
Well, they say that was Flashpoint, that Barry screwed it up. Oh,
Dang it, Barry!
Before we wrap up, we super chats from Scott, and I pulled it up. I think pretty much who's all showing up. It does feel like kind of a mini Avengers with Ross.
Well, supposedly Hulk, supposedly She-Hulk, and whatever that other new character is supposedly bringing in. I can't remember her name.
Hulk's son,
leader.
No, not him. It's some new character. Like there was some
Frank.
Frank.
Yeah, from.
Why am I forgetting your name? It's like she's supposedly like an Israeli character or something.
Oh, the one from Moon Knight?
No, not her.
She's completely new.
The Sierra or whatever.
Sabra. Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah.
And then, and also we have the Serpent Society somehow involved in this too.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was confirmed.
But is it going to stay with that though? Because they're doing all these reshoots and they're like almost scrapping the entire thing.
Wasn't Serpent Society supposed to be the third one too? Before they.
Well, that was a joke, and then they revealed it was.
Oh
Civil
yeah,
War.
that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
They said it at first, and then that day was.
And then he was like,
nope.
"Well," and
well, actually,
yeah, he told a well, actually,
it's Civil War, actually.
Well, I guess we'll find. I mean, if it is true about the 4 to 6 months reshoot, if that's true, we'll find out. But I don't know what's going on.
I mean, we got Deadpool 3, the only thing next year in terms of movies.
Mackie gonna shoot Twisted Metal though. Damn, I want to see Twisted Metal season 2.
I heard it was pretty good.
I still need to watch that.
I didn't even watch season 1. I don't even know why I said that. So.
Engagement bait.
The beginning of next year is going to be like packed because I'm like a fan of multiple franchises. So if something's not like if there's not enough of MCU, I have something to fall back on.
There's too many video games. The beginning of next year is insane for video games. I'm just like I already have a huge backlog. I'm like, oh god, it's like looking at the beginning of next year is insane.
I'll be like fed for February with Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah. Hopefully deliver. It better deliver.
Hey, Yu Yu Hakusho is pretty solid. Too.
If he says I'm out. Just flat out.
He'll say oing. He'll change it up.
If nothing else, the guy they got to play Iroh is going to kill it. Like he's a perfect casting.
Hero.
Mandalorian, right?
Hero.
Well, okay. Here's the thing about the pronunciations in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't hold it against M. Night Shyamalan because from what I understand, he was trying to go more traditional pronunciations. Like he was just trying to be more respectful of those cultures.
School him though.
But he ruined our childhood.
But he ruined.
He said "ong" and it ruined my childhood. My childhood was that fragile. That little thing right there just completely ruined it.
You ruined
went
my
back
anime.
in time and replaced the thing with the old thing with this new thing, but that doesn't make sense because then the whole history changed.
It's broke, don't fix it.
I still I get reminded like on whatever because I watched the first season. I never watched the rest of the.
You gotta watch
I know it's good. I know.
Stop watching everything else, Jesus.
Well, I gotta watch anime, real anime.
JJK.
Yeah, next episode tomorrow.
Yeah,
fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, fuck it. No, I always remember in the last Airbender movie when they're trying to lift up a rock. You know, the village.
We were just talking about that.
Oh, and just 5 people somehow needed to.
Yeah,
lift one rock.
and a little pebble comes up. Like, what the fuck is that? It's like they conjured it up with a dance, and then just a little rock comes up. Like, what the fuck is that?
But if that happened in real life, that'd be really cool. You know?
Yeah, sure. That'd be pretty sick. That'd be sick. I wouldn't.
How are they doing that?
Yeah. I mean,
I'd be like, why are they doing it like that?
I saw that when I was little, and I no remembrance.
I mean, I have no respect for Doug Walker anymore, but he had a good point in his review of that. It's like 3 people hit a tank. Why do they need 5 people for 1 rock?
It was a really big, it's a really dense rock.
Yeah, you don't know
Maybe
how
the density of the rock was high.
Yeah. All right, I think we're gonna call it, guys. And sorry, Katie.
There's one more super
call
chat.
it. We had a lot of people tonight. Holy crap! We had Jedi Mike who was here. We had Daren who was here earlier. Buddy, Zenghilios, FailWhale, Taylor, Zach was here. Are we missing anybody?
Wow.
I think that's it. That was here before. We're gonna go down the line and everyone say where we can find you. So 3W, where can people find you? Perfect. Oh, Oliver, what the fuck is going on your screen?
Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought like, what the
I've been watching it in my peripheral the whole time.
Yeah. It's just on loop.
I'd love it if that was your website name. It was Blue Sky, Twitch, X Threads.
Yeah, that's
like .com or something like that.
Basically, the name the name. I just fucked up. Basically, the name 3W edits and official 3WP. You can find me all of them on the bottom thing. So it's one of those two.
It's Wilson. Where can people find you?
Everywhere. It's Wilson. That's it. Very
Everywhere.
easy.
Everywhere.
X, YouTube, Twitch.
Well, X is down, so we can't find you there.
All right, forget it. X. I barely use it anyways.
How about Grindr? Are you there?
Katie, where can people find you?
I'm there.
There.
Oh.
Sometimes.
Wrong way. Wrong way.
Barely.
Wrong way.
Is it? No, on my screen it's here. That's weird. Whatever.
Oh,
Somewhere. I'm there, and then I just made a new Twitter account for sports stuff that I do called Devs and Dow. That's the Devils and the Dallas Cowboys. If anybody cares.
There you go.
If not, whatever. I don't care. Anyway, the rest.
The devs.
Mary Katie.
Yeah, literally.
The devs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dev,
Developers.
No, just kidding.
Speaking of Dev.
You can
Yeah,
find me
hey.
on Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram. It's Dev, 2 S's, 2 V's. Videos every day. That's how we do it.
That's how you do it.
I saw the Picoric in the background.
Yeah. Ryan, where can people find you?
Whether it's Super Kick Society, the Nerd Rage podcast, or just my personal stuff where I'm dropping rumors and news and stuff like that, which is Ryan's_ramblings. It's all on Twitter. I'm going to get back in the new year with a bunch of videos and more streaming and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much where you can find me. And I'm just covering news on the regular or doing reviews for stuff like Aquaman. So please go and see Aquaman. That's my one request to you guys. And thank you for having me on.
Of course. Kacinema, where can people find you?
You can see my Twitter account right there at Kacinema Reviews. I'm also Creator X16 on Instagram. And of course, there's my YouTube channel. I do fan edits. I actually just uploaded my 2nd anniversary video. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome. I already know he's not really going to give me an answer, but Gore, where can people find you?
I'm in your walls.
The bugs are.
Forgot my salt shaker back here. Don't look at that.
Anyways, that's the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the show, and we will see you guys next Wednesday. Bye-bye, everybody.
Wait.
Bye.
Merry Christmas.